हाय। ये विजिबल है क्या? ये वाली लाइट बंद कर दें क्या? नहीं, ये विजिबल होगा। इस तरफ कोई फ्रेम यही है ना इतना? ओके, दिस मच। ओके, so thank you so much for coming. This is a session on essay and I thought this is a relevant time to take it because mains आ रहा है. So mains के लिए I'll just tell you normal process के क्या मैंने follow किया था to write essays. Anyone writing mains this year? Prelims दिया किसी ने? दिया है आपने? कैसा हुआ? ओके, चलिए. आई थिंक 10 more days to results, है ना? ओके, सो एक जैसे जब मैंने फर्स्ट अटैम्प्ट दिया था तो मैं कोई प्रोसेस फॉलो नहीं करता था ऐसे में के लिए, बट देन आई स्टार्ट फॉलोइंग अ वेरी पर्टिकुलर प्रोसेस कि ऐसे मतलब प्रॉपर मैकेनिकल प्रोसेस है जो ब्रेक डाउन करके यूज़ करता था मैं, विच हेल्प मी इंक्रीज माई मार्क्स. सो दिस इज द एजेंडा फॉर टुडे दैट आई विल बी टेकिंग. मेरे ऐसे स्कोर्स में थोड़ा चेंज आया था कंपेयर टू 2021 मेंस टू 2022 मेंस, और उसका आई थिंक एक रीज़न ये था कि मैंने अपनी अप्रोच चेंज करी थी एंड फिलोसफिकल टॉपिक्स कैसे डील करते हैं, बिकॉज ज़्यादातर फिलोसफिकल आ रहे थे, तो आई रियलाइज कि कुछ डिफरेंट कर सकते हैं टू डील विद दोस फिलोसफिकल टॉपिक. बस वो प्रैक्टिकल क्या मेथड है वो थोड़ा एक्सप्लेन कर दूंगा मैं. इसके अलावा डिमांड्स क्या हैं ऐसे पेपर की, इन सबको थोड़ा जल्दी स्किम करेंगे बिकॉज दिस क्लास है एक्चुअली फॉर 2 hours बट आई जस्ट हैव वन आवर टू कम्प्लीट इट. तो थोड़ा डिमांड्स को ब्रेक डाउन करेंगे, फिर हाउ टू डिकोड अ फिलोसफिकल ऐसे टॉपिक उसके बारे में बात करूंगा. डिकोडिंग का मतलब क्या है, कुछ टर्म्स होते हैं जिस को यूज़ करके आप ब्रेनस्टॉर्म कर सकते हैं. मतलब इफ यू सी द इंटायर ऐसे का टॉपिक एक साथ तो समझ में नहीं आता कि कहाँ से स्टार्ट करें उसको. इंट्रोडक्शन क्या बनाए, बॉडी में क्या लिखेंगे एंड हाउ टू मेक सब डिविजन्स. बट अगर एक हर कीवर्ड को यूज़ करके उसको ब्रेक डाउन करते हैं और उस कीवर्ड के बेस पे वी कैन स्टार्ट फाइंडिंग थ्रेड्स फ्रॉम वेयर वी कैन स्टार्ट राइटिंग एन ऐसे. तो ये मैं मेथड एक यूज़ करता था विच आई विल एक्सप्लेन टुडे. उसके बाद प्लान कैसे करते हैं कैसे को, बिकॉज अगर आपने प्लानिंग नहीं किया तो व्हेन वी सी दैट व्हाट इज द डिमांड्स ऑफ ऐसे पेपर, उसमें लिखा होता है कोहेरेंट आइडियाज अरेंज इन एन ऑर्डरली फैशन. ये यूपीएससी ने बोला है. तो वो कोहेरेंस और ऑर्डरली फैशन लाने के लिए हाउ टू प्लान योर ऐसे, इस पर थोड़ा सा बात करूँगा. आफ्टर दैट what are techniques to form an introduction. मतलब ऐसे का पेपर it is always good to make it more creative and to make it more interesting. तो उसके लिए मैं कभी कभी headings को tweak करता था. जैसे normally you can write for example if you are writing something about agriculture, so you can write agriculture के advantages और disadvantages. Now this looks dry, but if you can give it a flip and you can write a more creative heading for that for the same thing, so this makes your essay a little more interesting. उसके बाद हाउ टू मेंटेन द फ्लो ऑफ ऐसे. तो एक ऐसे का क्या होता है, कभी कभी हम लोग स्टार्ट करते हैं लिखना एंड वी एंड अप राइटिंग डिफरेंट पैराग्राफ्स बट वी डोंट कनेक्ट दिस पैराग्राफ्स, सो इट लुक्स लाइक अ कलेक्शन ऑफ जीएस आंसर्स पुट टुगेदर इन 10 pages. तो वो जब होता है तो आई मीन इट विल ऑलवेज लुक लाइक कि आपने फोर्सफुली कुछ ना कुछ ऐसे लिख दिया है. तो उसको अवॉइड करने के लिए यू यूज समथिंग कॉल्ड एज कनेक्टिंग फ्रेजेस. एक पैराग्राफ के लास्ट में अगले पैराग्राफ में क्या शुरू होने वाला है उसका थोड़ा हिंट देते हैं और फिर अगले पैराग्राफ में वहाँ से कंटिन्यू करते हैं, सो दैट ऐसे इज लाइक कॉन्वर्सेशन दैट यू आर हैविंग. सो वो कनेक्टिंग फ्रेजेस को कैसे यूज़ कर सकते हैं उसके बारे में कुछ बताऊंगा. उसके बाद ये इतना रेलिवेंट नहीं है बिकॉज आई डिड नॉट दिस नॉट एन एग्जॉस्टिव लिस्ट कि क्या सोर्सेज यूज़ कर सकते हैं, बट स्टिल देयर आर सम सोर्सेज विच कैन हेल्प एनरिच योर एसेज. और फिर दिस इज अनदर पार्ट, सो प्लानिंग टू राइट एन एसे लाइव विद सम पीपल. तो ये आज नहीं करूँगा मैं, आई विल डू इट लेटर. तो अ ब्रीफ इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ माइन. आई एम असद जुबेरी एंड आई सिक्योर्ड रैंक 86 इन 2022 एंड ऐसे स्कोर्स पे मैं आता हूँ अपने. तो ऐसे में या सो ऐसे में मेरा 117 आया था 2021 में. इस टाइम एवरेज स्कोर वाज 125. सो इसका मतलब ये था कि मैं एवरेज स्कोर से नीचे था. उस साल ठीक ठाक स्कोर मिला था. सो यहाँ पे मुझे थोड़ा आई थिंक आई वाज लैगिंग बिहाइंड हियर, बट 2022 में आई गॉट 130 और एवरेज स्कोर वाज अराउंड 105. बहुत लो स्कोर गया था. सो यहाँ से मुझे काफ़ी अच्छा बूस्ट मिला था ऐसे में. तो ये इंक्रीज मैंने कैसे किया था, आई चेंज माई स्ट्रैटेजी, द वेरी बेसिक स्ट्रैटेजी. तो दैट इज समथिंग दैट आई एम गोइंग टू टेक टुडे. I'll just quickly check if the stream I have any questions or something online, something specific that you want to know about ऐसे तो मैं आज वो डिस्कस कर लूँगा ओवर द कोर्स ऑफ टाइम। कुछ स्पेसिफिक है, क्या प्रॉब्लम आता है ऐसे लिखने में नॉर्मली? ओके, फिलोसफिकल टॉपिक्स, या आई एम कवरिंग दैट, या okay. Even in online I'm reading, so if you want me to discuss any specific topic apart from the philosophical part, because I'm going to talk about it anyway, so please write it in the comment section, I'll take it up. All right, okay. So ऐसे का अगर मैं बात करूं what are demands of ऐसे, तो we always go back to the syllabus. So syllabus में अगर जाओगे तो ऐसे के लिए बारे में UPSC says candidate may be required to write essays on multiple topics. Okay, they will be expected to keep closely to the subject of the essay. तो ये तो पहली चीज हो गई, that you have to keep yourself close to the subject of essay. ठीक है, to arrange their ideas in orderly fashion, ये दूसरी चीज हो गई which you need to focus, and to write concisely. Third, credit will be given for effective and exact expression. Fourth, so that means any essay, मतलब this is going to fundamental, because UPSC का सबसे important होता है syllabus. Fundamentally they are judging you on if you have kept yourself close to subject of essay. Did you arrange your ideas orderly? Did you write concisely? Did you make an effective and exact expression? So अब ये करना कैसे है उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा ब्रेकडाउन में कर दूंगा. These are things that we discuss: keeping closely to a subject of essay, arranging ideas in orderly fashion, writing concisely, effective and exact expression. So 5 broad things. Okay, थोड़े मीम डाल दिए थे मैंने. Keeping closely to a subject of essay. So first topic. So पहली चीज क्या है कि सब्जेक्ट ऑफ ऐसे क्या होगा. सो नॉर्मली क्या होता है, कोट लिख के आता है या कोई ऐसा एक रैंडम सा वो उठा के दे देंगे, एंड वहां से तुम्हें समझना पड़ेगा कि बेसिक कोर सब्जेक्ट क्या है ऐसे का, बिकॉज द एंटायर ऐसे इज गोइंग टू रिवॉल्व अराउंड इट. एंड इफ यू सी ऐसे का टॉपिक हमेशा वो क्या करता है, 2 कोर सब्जेक्ट लेता है, उन दोनों कंपेयर कराता है, या फिर उन दोनों के अगेंस्ट एक दूसरे करेगा, या फिर एक दूसरे के साथ बात करता है. तो आइडेंटिफाइंग द कोर सब्जेक्ट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. तो उसने फर्स्टली कि यू शुड क्लियरली अंडरस्टैंड द सब्जेक्ट ऑफ टॉपिक. तो इसमें हमें वो टॉपिक उठाना ही नहीं है जिसको हमें समझ में नहीं आ रहा. कभी कभी क्या होता है, लोग सोचते हैं कि जितना कॉम्प्लेक्स टॉपिक उठाऊंगा उतने ज़्यादा नंबर मिलेंगे, बट वो काउंटर फायर करता है हमारे ऊपर यूजुअली. उसका रीज़न ये होता है कि वी डोंट अंडरस्टैंड कि ऐसे में क्या पूछा है, एंड वो हम बहुत अच्छा ऐसे लिखते हैं, वी कीप रैम्बलिंग थ्रू आउट, बट वी एंड अप नॉट स्कोरिंग बिकॉज हमें सब्जेक्ट ही समझ में नहीं आया. सो वो टॉपिक ही सेलेक्ट नहीं करना जो समझ में नहीं आ रहा. और हर बार 8 में से 2-3 टॉपिक ऐसे होंगे जो तुम्हें समझ में नहीं आएंगे. सेकेंड इज यू ओनली यूज द रेलिवेंट एग्जाम्पल. तो सब लोग बोलते हैं कि ऐसे में एग्जाम्पल्स लिखना बहुत जरूरी है. नॉर्मली हाउ डू वी गो, ऐसे उठाया, उसमें देखा, उसके बाद अपना GS 1 2 3 4 के अकॉर्डिंग गए, हिस्ट्री के एग्जाम्पल निकाले, ज्योग्राफी के निकाले, सोसाइटी के निकाले. नॉर्मली पीपल राइट एसेज लाइक दैट, बट व्हाट हैपेंस इज समटाइम्स वी स्टार्ट यूजिंग एग्जाम्पल विच आर नॉट रेलिवेंट टू द सब्जेक्ट, और व्हेन दैट हैपेंस सो वी आर नॉट कीपिंग क्लोज टू द सब्जेक्ट, एंड फिर वो वीक लगता है ऐसे. तो एग्जाम्पल जब भी उठाना है, वी हैव टू बी केयरफुल दैट वी हैव टू पिक अप ओनली रेलिवेंट एग्जाम्पल. रेफरेंसेस, जैसे अभी ये रिसेंटली काफ़ी फैशन हो गया था कि यू गिव बुक रेफरेंसेस, कि इस बुक ने, उस ऑथर ने वो बोला, उस फिलोसफर ने बोला. बट समटाइम्स जो हम रट के जाते हैं या फिर हम तैयार करके जाते हैं, वी वांट टू रेप्लिकेट इट इन पेपर, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली दैट इज़ नॉट अकॉर्डिंग टू द सब्जेक्ट ऑफ एसे, एंड दैट डजंट लैंड वेल. तो अगर रेफरेंसेस भी यूज़ करना है तो थोड़ा सा कॉशन के साथ करना है कि सिर्फ रेलिवेंट रेफरेंस यूज़ करना है. लास्ट इज लर्निंग द आर्ट ऑफ इलस्ट्रेशन. सो व्हाट इज द आर्ट ऑफ इलस्ट्रेशन. सो कभी कभी क्या होता है, वी डोंट हैव एनी एग्जाम्पल, सो व्हाट डू, यू स्टार्ट writing a fictional example or a story, and there is a way to write a fictional example or to tell a story. For example, if I am sitting in this room and if I have to say about there is a road that is beside this hall, so I can straight away I can write कि in this room there is a road beside the hall. तो ये हो गया एक normal statement. How if I use the art of illustration, then I can write in a remote corner of New Delhi, sitting in this cold room in the month of June. We see the probably like vehicles passing by beside the road, which looks like something like an art out of the window, something like this. So now this makes your essay looks very creative. And how does this come? This comes if you read fiction. So thoda bahut fiction, whenever you get time, you can read. But if you're writing this mains, then I would not recommend this. but this helps to show it to the examiner that you know your subject or you know the art of writing. तो illustration करके कोई भी subject होगा उस पे हम fictional story बना के we can create a good impression as well as create a good example out of it. Arranging ideas in the orderly fashion. So पहली चीज क्या होता है, write down the ideas. तो जैसे मैंने अभी बताया that when we look at the essay का topic, what we usually do is उठाया सीधा GS 1 2 3 4 के अकॉर्डिंग हिस्ट्री एग्जाम्पल, ज्योग्राफी एग्जाम्पल, ऑल द एग्जाम्पल वी कीप लिस्टिंग, बट वी फॉरगेट राइटिंग द आइडियाज अबाउट दैट टॉपिक. जैसे कोई टॉपिक आया ऐसे का, उस पर सिर्फ एग्जाम्पल से पूरा ऐसे नहीं भरना है. यू हैव टू राइट सम आर्ग्यूमेंट. आर यू टॉकिंग फॉर दैट आर्ग्यूमेंट, आर यू टॉकिंग अगेंस्ट दैट आर्ग्यूमेंट. इवन इफ एग्जाम्पल दे रहे हो उसके पीछे एक एक्सेस आर्ग्यूमेंट होगा विच पीपल डोंट राइट. So this is very important that for whenever you get an essay topic, for example last year से कुछ उठा लो, that topic that came last year, the perception of you is a reflection of me, the reflection of me, the perception, ऐसे कुछ topic आया था. तो उसमें you can find a lot of examples, but उससे अच्छा क्या होगा, उसके ऊपर if you can get some idea, then support that idea with an example, that will create a more coherent paragraph for an essay. जैसे perception की बात करोगे, तो perception के ऊपर first write what do you feel about perception and then say to support that this is an example from history or from geography or from wherever. Writing only example will not make your ideas effective. So don't forget to write these ideas, and writing these ideas will also help you divide your essay into different sections, क्योंकि हर एक section एक idea को deal करेगा. ठीक है, so this is important. Proper planning of essay before writing it मैं आगे बताऊंगा कैसे मैं plan करता था. You can use that also. Understanding the meaning of orderly fashion. Orderly fashion का मतलब क्या है कि whenever you are talking about essay, कभी कभी हमें लगता है कि हमारे दिमाग में कोई thought आया but we are not able to replicate it on paper, और एग्जामिनर को पढ़ के वो समझ भी नहीं आएगा, and then we don't get marks. So to avoid this, you should understand the meaning of orderly fashion. कि मतलब मान के मत चलो कि एग्जामिनर को सब पता है जो तुम सोच रहे हो सकता है something that you are thinking, when you go there it doesn't land well. So basic चीज़ें भी explain करो. जैसे कोई ऐसे का टॉपिक हो गया, उसमें जो कीवर्ड्स हैं उनका एक बेसिक एक्सप्लेनेशन एक छोटे से पैराग्राफ में इंट्रोडक्शन में लिखो, सो दैट whenever you write something else later, the examiner can connect it from that small paragraph that you are writing. So I always believe in कि जो ऐसे का जो क्रक्स टॉपिक का जो मीनिंग है उसके बारे में कुछ चीज़ें you should always write in the introduction, so that it do not consider that examiner को सब कुछ पता होगा about what you are thinking, because अगर वो नहीं होगा then your topic will not land well. Maintaining the proper flow, I'll talk about it in a while. The next thing is writing concisely. पहली चीज़ तो ये इंपॉर्टेंट है कि फ्लावरी वर्ड्स की ज़रूरत नहीं है, कोई बहुत बड़े बड़े वर्ड्स लिखने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. So people who think they don't have a command on language cannot write good essay, ऐसा नहीं होता. कंसाइजली लिखना है मतलब बहुत बड़े सेंटेंसेस नहीं बनाना. ऐसा नहीं करना कि ये कॉपी है एंड यू स्टार्ट राइटिंग फ्रॉम हेयर एंड एक ही सेंटेंस चला जा रहा है बट हाउएवर देयरफॉर करके, और वो यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो रहा है. बिकॉज व्हाट हैपेंस इज यूजुअली द रूल इज व्हेनेवर द एग्जामिनर स्टार्ट्स रीडिंग योर एसे, उसे दूसरी ब्रेथ जब लेगा वो रीड करते में, तुम्हारा सेंटेंस खत्म हो जाना चाहिए. तो इस सेंटेंस को 2 पार्ट में तोड़ सकते हो, 3 पार्ट में तोड़ सकते हो, टू मेक इट मोर कोहेरेंट एंड टू मेक योर एसे अ लिटिल मोर कंसाइज. तो पहला तो ये. दूसरा शॉर्ट सेंटेंसेस, आई हैव ऑलरेडी टॉक्ड अबाउट इट. तीसरा इलस्ट्रेशंस, जैसे मैंने बताया था किसी भी चीज़ को एक्सप्लेन करने के लिए इमेजिन योरसेल्फ टू बी सिटिंग इन दैट प्लेस, tell them about the climate, tell them about the color, tell them about the colors of curtains that are used or something like this whenever you are writing an example, because that takes the examiner to a place which you are thinking in your head and gives him or her the better experience of your essay. So illustration यूज़ करो, सिंपल यूज़ करो एंड कंसाइज रखो उसको. ठीक है. उसके बाद अगर कोई एक आइडिया मिल गया, बहुत अच्छा आइडिया मिल गया ऐसे में लिखने के लिए, डू नॉट कीप रैम्बलिंग ऑन दैट आइडिया. वी डू दैट ऑफन कि कोई आइडिया मिल गया एंड उसके बारे में लिखते जाते हैं एंड वी एंड अप नॉट बीइंग कंसाइज. सो द ओनली थिंग इज कि कोई भी आइडिया स्टार्ट करो एक पेज पे. नॉर्मली ऐसे में क्या करते हैं कि वी राइट लाइक दिस, यहाँ ख़त्म किया, देन यू राइट लाइक दिस, यहाँ ख़त्म किया. तो नाउ ये एक आइडिया होगा जो यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो जाएगा, ये दूसरा आइडिया होगा जो यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो जाएगा. दे विल बी कनेक्टेड इन सम वे एंड इन द एंटायर थिंग विल बी कनेक्टेड टू द सब हेडिंग दैट यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट. अब इस आइडिया को तुम पूरे बेस पे elongate करोगे, देन इट विल नॉट लैंड वेल. So whatever idea you are picking, try to end it in one paragraph, टू बी कंसाइज. इफेक्टिव एंड एग्जैक्ट एक्सप्रेशन. लास्ट थिंग, एग्जाम्पल के बारे में बात कर चुके हैं. फिक्शनल स्टोरी जैसे मैंने अभी बताया, एक बार एक ऐसे आया था अबाउट क्लाइमेट चेंज और समथिंग, एंड आई स्टार्टेड विद इन द समर ऑफ 2075. there's a girl who's standing by the window and she sees some people walking on the street wearing something UV suits or something, carrying their cylinders which are really low on oxygen because there's no oxygen left outside. So you are explaining like एक ऐसा सीन बना दिया तो तुमने जो आज से 50 साल बाद अगर क्लाइमेट चेंज रिवर्स नहीं करा गया तो हो सकता है. तो नाउ दिस विल इंक्रीज द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ द एग्जामिनर इन योर एसे बिकॉज. और तुम क्या करते हो ना, इसको इसके बाद एक और फायदा होता है, दिस समथिंग कॉल्ड एज लूप मेथड. स्टार्ट किया एक स्टोरी से, अभी मैं पूरा ऐसे लिखता जाऊंगा, लास्ट में कंक्लूड करते में आई विल अगेन कनेक्टेड विद द सेम स्टोरी दैट द गर्ल दैट वाज वाचिंग इट देयर, एंड देन आई विल टेल अबाउट ऐसे ऐसे ऐसे, और उसका कोई अच्छा एंडिंग या पॉजिटिव या मोर होपफुल एंडिंग आई विल गिव. So this will give your essay a coherent shape, and a normal human brain likes it when the story gets completed, and it will look like you have written a very nicely planned essay. अगर तुम एक स्टार्ट करोगे स्टोरी से, उसे छोड़ोगे बीच में, पूरा ऐसे लिखोगे और लास्ट तक आते आते you completing the same story because that will create the loop that I am talking about. तो एक फिक्शनल स्टोरी से कुछ भी नहीं है तो बस स्टार्ट करने के लिए, तो स्टार्ट विद द फिक्शनल स्टोरी, राइट इट इन एन इलिस्ट्रेटिव वे दैट आई ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू अबाउट, एंड ट्राई टू कनेक्ट इट टुवर्ड्स द एंड इन द कंक्लूजन so that it creates a whole loop. Using books, scholars and famous ideas. इसका कलेक्शन बनाना है, एथिक्स से बनाना है, यूट्यूब से बनाना है, इन सब से बनाना है, और जहाँ भी रेलिवेंट लगे वहाँ यूज़ कर लेना है इसको, ठीक है. डेटा, गवर्नमेंट रिपोर्ट एटसेट्रा वी ऑलरेडी नो, GS 1 2 3 में होता है, so I'll not talk about it much. Type of essay topics that we usually asked in UPSC. Are you getting this थोड़ा सा, or am I being like, just let me look at the YouTube ones. Also, I just feel like if you're writing this mains or doing anything like ऐसे के बारे में कुछ भी कर रहे हो, एक हफ्ते में एटलीस्ट एक टॉपिक लिखना बनता है, मतलब 1.5 घंटे में एक ऐसे लिखना बनता है. Until unless you keep writing it, it's not going to be effective. तो जितना लिखोगे उतना लिख पाओगे, उतना अच्छा हो जाएगा. पहला करंट अफेयर्स बेस्ड टॉपिक आते थे, एक टाइम था, अब नहीं आते. आ सकते हैं बट नॉर्मली नहीं आते. IR बेस्ड आते थे ऑल्सो, अभी कम आ रहे हैं. इंडिया सोसाइटी, एजुकेशन, विमेन एटसेट्रा कम आ रहे हैं. कोड बेस्ड बहुत ज़्यादा आते हैं, ऑलमोस्ट एवरी टॉपिक इज कोड बेस्ड. सो इससे हमें पता लगता है कि बहुत प्रिडिक्टेबल है. गो आउट, देखो फिलोसफर ने क्या कोड दिया है, स्टार्ट राइटिंग एक कोड पे एक ऐसे एवरी वीक. मैंने जब किया था, मेरे शायद दो ऐसे कोड थे जो कनेक्टिंग आइडियाज कहीं से लैंड कर गए थे फाइनल में. सो प्रिपेयर रहेगा कंटेंट अगर तुम कोड को उठा के उस पे ऐसे लिखना शुरू कर दो तो, बिकॉज UPSC कोड ही दे रहा है आजकल ऐसे में. लास्टली दिस द 20 फिलोसफिकल ऐसे, आई विल डिस्कस इट इन जस्ट 10 minutes. तो मैंने प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चन से ना कुछ ये टॉपिक्स उठाए हैं, जैसे कोड बेस्ड आते हैं ऑलमोस्ट ऑल टॉपिक्स फिलोसफिकल टॉपिक में. पोइट्री, लिटरेचर, इन सब पे हर बार आता है. मतलब इफ़ यू प्रिपेयर समथिंग गुड ऑन पोइट्री, समथिंग गुड ऑन लिटरेचर, सो इससे क्या होगा ना, कोई भी क्वेश्चन आएगा इसमें पोइट्री की बात हो रही है, लिटरेचर की बात हो रही है, यू विल हैव अ रेडीमेड इंट्रोडक्शन, यू विल हैव अ रेडीमेड एग्जाम्पल एंड कंक्लूजन. एंड दिस सेज कि ऐसे की भी तैयारी करी जा सकती है थ्योरी की तरह. एंड इमेजिन दिस पेपर इज लाइक 20 to 50 marks, as much as one optional paper, as much as any other GS paper, and we don't prepare for it. So ये सारे टॉपिक PYQ में जाओ, दिस लिस्ट इज नॉट एग्जॉस्टिव. PYQ में जाओ, देखो कौन कौन से टॉपिक रिपीट हो रहे हैं, उन टॉपिक्स पे इंट्रोडक्शन कंक्लूजन बना लो, उन टॉपिक्स पे अच्छे अच्छे एग्जाम्पल ले लो, अच्छे अच्छे बुक्स ले लो, वो कलेक्ट कर लो. मतलब अगर ऐसे के पास ऐसे के भी तुम्हारे 30, 40, 50 पेज के नोट्स है ना, दैट विल क्रिएट अ वेरी नाइस इम्पैक्ट ऑन द एसे दैट यू राइट. सो मैं कह रहा हूँ PYQ आप देख लो जाके. PYQ में यू विल फाइंड अ लॉट ऑफ कोड्स, उनका एक बेसिक आइडिया होगा, वही मैंने उठाया है. जैसे कोड में क्या होगा ना, इमोशन के बारे में बात कर रहा होगा. दे हैव रिपीटेडली आस्क्ड अबाउट स्माइल, हैप्पीनेस, सैडनेस, एंगर, परसेप्शन. अब ये लिस्ट एंडलेस नहीं है, बट हर हफ्ते अगर एक टॉपिक पे हम लिख रहे हैं, तो आई एम कलेक्टिंग वो, मतलब ऐसे लिखने से पहले देखो टॉपिक क्या है, उसमें क्या इमोशन यूज हो रहा है, गूगल करो, कुछ भी करो, कुछ दिमाग में आ रहा है, इंट्रोडक्शन बनाओ, कंक्लूजन बनाओ, एग्जाम्पल लिखो, उसको नोट्स में डालो, एंड देन राइट अ 1.5 घंटे का ऐसे. मतलब 2-3 घंटे की एक्सरसाइज है एक हफ्ते में एक बार. पर अगर इससे क्या होगा ना, इन सारे इमोशंस पे, इन सारे टॉपिक्स पे यू विल हैव सम एग्जॉस्टिव मटेरियल रेडी, so whenever they come back in the exam you can write a very nice essay. I have done that and it has worked for me. On the idea of self and self discovery, keeps asking, philosophy के ideas हैं, he keeps asking. self discovery पे क्वेश्चन मेरे टाइम पे भी आया था, the process of self discovery is being technologically outsourced, ये क्वेश्चन था. तो आइडिया ऑफ सेल्फ क्या है, आइडिया ऑफ सेल्फ डिस्कवरी, इस पे अच्छा इंट्रोडक्शन, अच्छा कंक्लूजन, अच्छी स्टोरीज, अच्छा बॉडी, अच्छे एग्जांपल्स always will land you with in a comfortable spot when he asks a question. मतलब वो मुश्किल टॉपिक पूछ रहा है, इसका मतलब मुश्किल टॉपिक की प्रिपरेशन भी उस अकॉर्डिंग करी जा सकती है. परसेप्शन ऑफ टाइम, रियलिटी, इस पे भी पूछा है. आई जस्ट फील अगर तुम ये वाले टॉपिक भी तैयार कर लोगे ना, ये तैयार करके जाओ और जाके देखो प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चन या इस साल जो पेपर आएगा, यू विल फाइंड सम टॉपिक्स रिपीटेड इवन दिस ईयर. आइडिया ऑफ नीड, आइडिया ऑफ मटीरियलिज्म, इन सब पे पूछा है. तो अगर मान लो तुमने मटीरियलिज्म पढ़ लिया तो नाउ यू आर इन अ सिचुएशन, तुम्हें पता है किन किन स्कॉलर्स ने मटीरियलिज्म के बारे में बात करी है, कौन कौन से एनेक्डोट्स दिए हैं, कौन सी एनालॉजीज यूज़ करी हैं, उससे तुम्हारा इंट्रोडक्शन बन जाएगा, कंक्लूजन बन जाएगा, बॉडी में काम हो जाएगा. एंड वेन एवर यू विल फाइंड दिस वर्ड और एनीथिंग दैट इज रिलेटेड टू दिस इन द फाइनल पेपर, यू विल लैंड अप विद अ बेटर एसे. आइडिया ऑफ रैशनल एंड इरेशनल, ये भी आया है. अगेन दिस इज फिलोसफिकल टॉपिक, किस फिलोसफर ने बोला, क्या किया, जानना इज ऑलवेज गुड. इस पर कोई स्टोरी मिल जाए, कुछ अच्छा एग्जाम्पल मिल जाए, कलेक्टेड, फॉर्म योर ओन नोट्स. और ऐसे टॉपिक्स पे हर हफ्ते में 1-1.5 घंटे में ऐसे लिखना है. उस 1.5 घंटे के ऐसे के लिए 1.5 घंटे की प्रिपरेशन करना है, जो कि नोट्स में जाने वाला है तुम्हारे. यू कैन स्टार्ट इट इवन फॉर नाउ इफ यू राइटिंग दिस ईयर्स मेंस. कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ वॉर, कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ हिस्ट्री पूछा है, ठीक है. और ये एग्जॉस्टिव लिस्ट नहीं है, और भी लिस्ट आ सकती हैं. एंड आई एम प्लानिंग कि मैं अपने टीजी पे ना एक लिस्ट में अभी डाल दूंगा जो मैंने बनाई थी, जिसमें मैं ये टॉपिक्स के ब्रॉड आइडियाज लिख दूंगा विच आई थिंक कैन बी रिपीटेड. सो ओके, आई एम 20 minutes into the class. I just start with this thing, what is decoding the essay topic. If the philosophical topic comes, then how to go about with this step by step approach है. तो पहली चीज़ तो है टॉपिक उठाना है जिसमें बेसिक मीनिंग क्लियर होगा, पहले बोल चुका हूँ मैं, और कोई ना कोई बेसिक आइडिया जरूर होगा, या 1 या 2 आइडियाज होंगे, उनको दिमाग में रख लेना. मटीरियलिज्म पूछा है, उसके अगेंस्ट किस आइडिया को रख रहा है, यू शुड नो अबाउट इट. इफ देयर इज एनी कंफ्यूजन अबाउट द टॉपिक्स, देन डोंट पिक दैट टॉपिक, यू विल फाइंड अ बेटर टॉपिक इन दैट सेक्शन. आइडेंटिफाई द की टर्म्स इन द ऐसे टॉपिक. अब हर ऐसे टॉपिक में ना एक लंबा सा कोट लिखा होगा, बट उसमें कुछ टर्म्स का कोई मतलब नहीं होगा, जैसे इज, द, ऑन, एट, इसका मतलब नहीं होगा. इसका मतलब बनेगा जब वो तुम सारे कीवर्ड्स मिलाओगे एक साथ. बट स्टिल इन ऐसे टॉपिक यू कैन आइडेंटिफाई सर्टेन कीवर्ड्स विच आई विल शो हाउ टू डू इट, बिकॉज इफ यू आइडेंटिफाई दोज की टर्म्स देन यू गेट अ थ्रेड टू स्टार्ट विद एंड देन यू गेट मटीरियल टू राइट ऑन. ओपनिंग सेवरल डायमेंशंस ऑफ ईच ऑफ दीज टर्म्स. अब ये जो की टर्म्स आइडेंटिफाई करे हैं, उनके हर की टर्म के मल्टीपल डायमेंशंस हो सकते हैं. जैसे इफ आई हैव आइडेंटिफाइड अ की टर्म कॉल्ड मटीरियलिज्म, तो मटीरियलिज्म के डायमेंशन सोच, मतलब whenever you're doing this brainstorming, do not restrict yourself in sense के relevant है, irrelevant है, कुछ मत सोचो. Let your brain think about materialism. materialism के बारे में random चीज़ें तुम्हारे दिमाग में आएंगी. materialism as an idea, materialism in real life, materialism in nature, materialism in forest, materialism in economy, बहुत चीज़ हो सकती है. materialism in technology, materialism with an AI, ठीक है. अब ब्रेन सोचता जा रहा है, तुम लिखते जा रहे हो, देन जब ये पूरी एक्सरसाइज खत्म हो जाएगी, कट आउट द थिंग्स दैट आर नॉट रेलिवेंट टू द ऐसे, एंड कुछ टॉपिक तुम्हारे पास बच जाएंगे जिसके बारे में तुम ऐसे लिख सकते हो, इवन द फिलोसफिकल वन. सो आफ्टर आइडेंटिफाइंग द की टर्म्स, सेवरल डायमेंशंस उसकी खोली जाएंगी, ठीक है. रिलेटिंग दीज डायमेंशंस टू ईच अदर बेस्ड ऑन द सब्जेक्ट. अब टॉपिक को एक बार की टर्म्स हो गए, देन पूरा टॉपिक पढ़ो, और उसको पढ़ के जो डायमेंशंस तुमने निकाली हैं वो आपस में कैसे रिलेट कर सकते हो उसके बारे में देखो. एंड वंस यू हैव रिलेटेड दीज डायमेंशन, फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर मटीरियलिज्म की बात करी एंड आई हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट टेक्नोलॉजी समवेयर, तो टेक्नोलॉजी के अंदर मैं एआई के बारे में बात कर सकता हूँ. आई कैन टॉक अबाउट सम अदर थिंग दैट रिलेटेड टू द टेक्नोलॉजी. इकोनॉमी के बारे में बात कर सकता हूँ. मटीरियलिज्म इन नेचर के बारे में बात करूंगा, आई कैन टॉक अबाउट मटीरियलिज्म इन वाइल्ड लाइफ, फॉरेस्ट, और वट एवर यू हैव रिटन अबाउट नेचर. सो ये सारे जो डायमेंशंस खोले ना, इनको क्लब कर दोगे अब तुम लोग सेक्शंस में, विच आई विल टॉक अबाउट, ठीक है. नाउ सेलेक्ट द डायमेंशंस एंड आइडियाज दैट आर रेलिवेंट टू टॉपिक. अगेन एक बार ये एक्सरसाइज हो जाएगी तो लास्ट में ना यू विल कट आउट द थिंग्स दैट यू थिंक आर इररेलिवेंट. बिकॉज अगर तुम शुरू में अपने ब्रेन को रिस्ट्रिक्ट करोगे इन सेंस कि मैं सिर्फ रेलिवेंट थिंग लिखूंगा, देन it will not be able to think that widely because वो acceptance और rejection का process simultaneously होगा and then you will not be able to write a very comprehensive essay. So in my suggestion, जब पहली बार की टर्म देख लिए और उसके डायमेंशंस खोले, डोंट रिस्ट्रिक्ट योरसेल्फ, राइट एज मेनी वेग डायमेंशंस दैट यू कैन राइट, बिकॉज उस प्रोसेस से ही यू विल फाइंड अ बेटर एंड मोर रेलिवेंट डायमेंशन. ठीक है. एनीवन हैज वॉच्ड ऑफिस हियर? नो? नो वन? ओके, यू शुड वॉच सम ऑफ दीज शोज एज वेल, बट मैंने भी नहीं देखा था. तो anyway, so dimensions कैसे खोलते हैं ऐसे टॉपिक की? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई जस्ट टेल यू व्हाट आर द आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ की टर्म्स. So I've done this once for you. The topic is knowledge is a process of piling of facts, wisdom lies in its simplification. ठीक है. अब ये कोई ना कोई कोट है. अब जो इसमें इंसर्कल्ड है ना, वो की टर्म्स हैं जिसके बारे में बात कर रहा था. नॉलेज, पाइलिंग ऑफ फैक्ट्स, विजडम, सिंप्लीफिकेशन. प्रोसेस भी हो सकता है बट मैंने नहीं किया था फॉर सम रीजन. यू कैन ऑल्सो हैव सम डायमेंशन ऑफ द प्रोसेस. सो नाउ यू सी एज अ लाइन, इसका एक सेंट्रल मीनिंग दिख रहा है. नॉलेज इज अ प्रोसेस ऑफ पाइलिंग ऑफ फैक्ट्स, विजडम लाइज इन इट सिंप्लीफिकेशन. दैट शोज कि दो आइडिया पकड़ा है यूपीएससी ने, नॉलेज और विजडम. ठीक है. अब पूरा ऐसे तुम्हारा नॉलेज विजडम के अराउंड घूमेगा. ठीक है, ये समझ में आ गया, ये की टर्म समझ में आ गए. ठीक है, अभी यहीं तक रुक जाना. लेट्स गो बैक टू how to open the dimensions of this key term. Now stop thinking about the essay, think about knowledge, piling of fact, wisdom and simplification. Okay, let's come back here. अब decode कैसे करना है? बहुत सारे simple तरीके हैं. For example, asking questions to basic term. अब तुमने जो terms हैं उससे questions पूछो. What, when, where, is it always like that? If not, then what happens? What if इस टाइप के questions तुम पूछोगे तो अपने आप डायमेंशन निकलेंगे. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, नॉलेज मैंने एक की टर्म था, क्वेश्चन पूछो व्हाट इज नॉलेज. अब नॉलेज क्या है, उसके मल्टीपल डायमेंशंस आएंगे. नॉलेज अबाउट सेल्फ, नॉलेज अबाउट अदर्स, नॉलेज अबाउट टेक्नोलॉजी, नॉलेज अबाउट अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स. तो ये तुमने क्वेश्चन पूछा, इससे तुम्हारे 2-3 डायमेंशंस निकल गए. ठीक है. व्हेन, हाउ टू एक्वायर नॉलेज, ये क्वेश्चन पूछा अपने आप से. अब उसके मल्टीपल डायमेंशन, यू कैन रीड, you can knowledge, you can get knowledge through experiences. ठीक है. अब उससे मल्टीपल डायमेंशंस निकल गए. how to or from where do we acquire knowledge? So you can talk about knowledge के sources क्या हो सकते हैं. then you can probably have an idea about क्या experiential knowledge better होती है bookish knowledge से. you can compare this. so एक और thread मिल गया ऐसे का लिखने के लिए. so these type of questions you have to ask, और इन्हीं questions से dimensions निकलते जाते हैं. Is it always like that? Knowledge एक बार आती है, can someone lose knowledge? Or is knowledge what do we say, perennial है knowledge, या फिर knowledge खत्म हो जाती है? How to respect knowledge or not? Something like this. I mean ये question अगर पूछोगे ना, तो इन question से कुछ dimensions हर की term की निकल के आएंगी. उसके बाद I talk about some abstract dimensions. तो अब क्या होगा ना, a lot of people are going to write about this, but to make your essay little more spicy, you can have some of the abstract dimensions which the examiner would like to see. जैसे the idea of time, I also call it hidden dimensions. The idea of being, the idea of perception, the idea of self-reflection. Now ये मैंने खुद नहीं बनाई, ये मैंने PYQ से उठाई है. ठीक है. जो अभी मैं बोल रहा था कहाँ से पूछ रहा है वो क्वेश्चन, they are asking from somewhere here, and from using the same topics you are trying to open dimensions from your own key terms. अब जैसे मान लो नॉलेज वाला आ गया क्वेश्चन जो मैंने अभी किया था, so you can talk about self reflection, how self reflection gives you knowledge about self. अब a lot of people are not going to write this, but if you have this exhaustive list of these abstract terms, you can actually write very beautiful and very innovative things about the same topic that others are not going to write. So please keep in mind this idea of abstract dimensions or hidden dimensions, because they help you make your essay different from others. Opening pestle dimensions, आपको पता है क्या होता है? पॉलिटिकल, इकोनॉमिक, सोशल, टेक्नोलॉजिकल, एवरीथिंग. इसको भी देखो, इससे कुछ रेलिवेंट निकल रहा है, लिखो उसको. सपोर्टिंग डायमेंशंस विद ओरिजिनल आइडियाज. अब क्या होगा ना, तुमने डायमेंशंस निकाले, ये जो मैंने यहाँ से लिखे थे, इसको अब डायमेंशंस को सिर्फ एग्जाम्पल से सपोर्ट नहीं करना है, यहाँ से कोई कोहेरेंट ओरिजिनल आइडिया बनाना है। जैसे लेट्स मूव अहेड, ठीक है, इसमें मैंने 4 टर्म उठाए थे, नॉलेज, पाइलिंग ऑफ फैक्ट, विजडम, सिंप्लीफिकेशन। तो नॉलेज के बारे में अभी डोंट लुक एट इट, टेल मी व्हाट ऑल टर्म्स कैन वी हैव, लाइक व्हाट ऑल डिफरेंट डायमेंशंस कैन वी हैव। आस्क क्वेश्चन, पहला स्टेप था व्हाट इज नॉलेज, हाउ टू एक्वायर नॉलेज, फ्रॉम वेयर डू वी गेट नॉलेज, व्हाट इफ वी लूज नॉलेज, कैन वी लूज नॉलेज, इज नॉलेज परमानेंट और नॉट, इज नॉलेज टेम्परेरी, हाउ मच, हाउ कैन इनकम्प्लीट नॉलेज बी अ डिजास्टर टू समवन और समथिंग लाइक दिस, ठीक है। तो ये सब मैंने नॉलेज को क्या हो सकता है, आई रोट इनोवेशन हो सकता है नॉलेज, क्लैरिटी हो सकती है नॉलेज। तो अब क्लैरिटी हो गई, तो क्लैरिटी अबाउट सेल्फ, क्लैरिटी अबाउट अदर्स, क्लैरिटी ऑफ थॉट, क्लैरिटी ऑफ इमोशंस, बहुत सारी डायमेंशन यहाँ से निकल के आएंगी। सिंप्लीफिकेशन कैन बी नॉलेज, साइंटिफिक नॉलेज, स्पिरिचुअल नॉलेज। नाउ ऐसा जो डायमेंशन होता है स्पिरिचुअल नॉलेज, अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल मे नॉट थिंक अबाउट इट, बट यू कैन राइट अबाउट एन एग्जामिनर लाइक्स थिंग्स लाइक दिस। हाउ टू गेन नॉलेज, knowledge about life, what constitutes knowledge. So all I am saying is कि ये वाले जो dimensions हैं तुमने ये निकाले and you wrote it down. मतलब मैं ऐसे में ऐसा करता था अपनी कॉपी के पीछे, तुम देखोगे मेरा ऐसा ही, अभी मैं आगे मैंने पिक्चर भी डाला है, it looks like this only. Then I came to piling of facts. Ask the questions. Why pile of facts? Why not piling of fact? What happens if you pile of facts? Then I wrote knowing versus believing. So now you can write a dimension about how just piling of fact means knowing something but making some meaning out of it, that is converting knowledge into wisdom means believing in something. That is what I am saying कि तुमने अलग अलग dimensions खोल दी, now you are relating one dimension to other and creating your original ideas through it. Idea of rote learning लिख सकते हो कि कैसे इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम पाइलिंग ऑफ फैक्ट पे बेस्ड है, हाउ कैन वी कैन इम्प्रूव इट, उससे क्या इफेक्ट होगा। तो ये डायमेंशंस हो गई। कमिंग टू विजडम, नॉलेज वर्सेस द परसेप्शन ऑफ नॉलेज। मैंने ब्रेनस्टॉर्म किया, मुझे दिमाग में क्या आया था, नॉलेज के बारे में बात की। तो अगर विजडम नॉलेज है तो पाइलिंग ऑफ फैक्ट परसेप्शन ऑफ नॉलेज है, ये सोचा और ये लिख दिया। देन अगेन द हिडन डायमेंशन, आई केम टू द आइडिया ऑफ बिलीफ इन सेल्फ कैन बी विजडम। और क्या हो सकता है विजडम? देन आई रोट समथिंग अबाउट आइडिया ऑफ विजडम बाय लॉर्ड बुद्धा, आई कैन राइट अबाउट इट। हाउ टू अचीव विजडम, आई कैन राइट अबाउट इट। सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन कैन बी विजडम। ट्रू नॉलेज, आई रोट कांट का कोई आइडिया ट्रू नॉलेज क्या होता है, इसके बारे में लिख दिया। तो विजडम से ये सारी डायमेंशन निकल के आई। आइडिया ऑफ सिंप्लीफिकेशन, सिंप्लीफिकेशन कैन बी डिडक्शन, इट कैन बी रीजनिंग, इट कैन बी लॉजिक, इट कैन बी, you can also comment on what is the correct process of simplification. Simplification can be correct path or something. Simplification can be knowing self. Again those dimensions. So my point here is this is not an exercise which I have done the best. You can actually do it better if you employ more time. At the time जब तैयारी तुम कर रहे होगे तो तुमको ज़्यादा interesting dimension निकल के आएंगे इससे. But when you do this exercise, you will find a lot of threads to start with, and the topic does not look as daunting as it looks without doing this exercise, right? Because अब ये topic breakdown हो गया है multiple themes में, जिसके further multiple dimensions तुमने लिखे हैं. Any questions still here? Any questions still here? No? Shall I move ahead? Why can't I read the chat in this? No problem है. Anyway, I'll see. So this is the process of decoding which I talked about. Hello, hi, please sit. Recap कर दूँ थोड़ा सा क्या? हाँ, recap कर देता हूँ चलो. तो करा कुछ नहीं है. Initially बताया कि क्या क्या ऐसे का process है. Then we came to philosophical topics को कैसे break down करना है. So we found कि कोई भी तुम्हें topic मिले ना, बहुत कुछ पहले बताया. उसके बाद जैसे मान लो तुम्हें ये topic मिला ऐसे का. Knowledge is a process of piling of facts. Wisdom lies in its simplification. Now this topic as a whole looks pretty weird and pretty daunting, बट वॉट आई यूज टू डू इज कि इन टॉपिक्स में ना आई यूज टू आइडेंटिफाई द की टर्म्स, नॉलेज, फाइलिंग ऑफ फैक्ट, विजडम, सिंप्लीफिकेशन. अब इन चारों टर्म्स को इनसर्कल कर देता था मैं, एंड नाउ आई यूज टू ब्रेनस्टॉर्म अबाउट दीज टर्म्स इंडिविजुअली विदाउट थिंकिंग अबाउट व्हाट टॉपिक मीन्स. सो इससे जो जो निकल के आता, जैसे नॉलेज क्या है, क्लैरिटी, इनोवेशन, व्हाट कॉन्स्टिट्यूट नॉलेज, हाउ टू गेन नॉलेज, नॉलेज अबाउट लाइफ, स्पिरिचुअल नॉलेज, साइंटिफिक नॉलेज, सिंप्लीफिकेशन एटसेट्रा. विजडम, नॉलेज वर्सेस परसेप्शन ऑफ नॉलेज, बिलीफ ऑन सेल्फ एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा. सो ये एक्सरसाइज करके मुझे बहुत सारे थ्रेड्स मिल जाते थे टू स्टार्ट माई टॉपिक एंड क्रिएट एन आर्ग्यूमेंट इन माई एसे. सो दिस इज वॉट आई यूज टू डू, पहली चीज. दूसरी चीज मैंने कुछ ये भी बताया, एक तो मैंने PYQ से लेके ये लिस्ट बनाई है दैट वन मस्ट प्रिपेयर बिफोर गोइंग टू फॉर एन एसे पेपर. PYQ से उठाओ पोट्री, लिटरेचर, इमोशन, स्माइल, हैप्पीनेस, सैडनेस, आइडिया ऑफ सेल्फ, सेल्फ डिस्कवरी, परसेप्शन ऑफ टाइम, इन सब के ऊपर मटेरियल रेडी करके रखो, बिकॉज ही कीप्स आस्किंग दीज क्वेश्चंस एंड वी कीप गेटिंग बोल्ड ऑन दीज यॉर्कर्स विदाउट अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि बार बार पूछ रहे हैं तो कुछ तैयार करके ले जाओ ना इस पे. So that is all I have taught till now. Anyway, so ये टॉपिक था. इससे पहला स्टेप हो गया कि मैंने आइडेंटिफाई करे की टर्म्स, किसी भी टॉपिक के लिए कर सकते हो, नॉलेज, फाइलिंग ऑफ फैक्ट, विजडम, सिंप्लीफिकेशन. दूसरा था डिकोड कर रहा था. तो हर टॉपिक के ऊपर आस्क द क्वेश्चंस, व्हाट इज नॉलेज, हाउ डू वी एक्वायर नॉलेज, व्हाट इफ वी लूज नॉलेज, इज नॉलेज परमानेंट, व्हाट इज द डिसएडवांटेज ऑफ हैविंग इम्परमानेंट नॉलेज, समथिंग लाइक दिस. तो इससे थ्रेड्स बनते जाएंगे और रेलिवेंट आर्ग्यूमेंट्स निकल के आएंगे. ठीक है. उसके बाद प्लानिंग कैसे करना है. अब मैंने की टर्म्स आइडेंटिफाई कर लिए, मैंने डायमेंशंस निकाल ली. उसके बाद मैं क्या करूंगा ना, आई विल लिस्ट डाउन एग्जाम्पल फॉर ईच ऑफ द डायमेंशन आइडिया. फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैंने जैसे सेल्फ विजडम के बारे में बात करी, आई टॉक्ड अबाउट रोड लर्निंग समवेयर. तो रोड लर्निंग का कोई एग्जाम्पल है क्या मेरे पास, है, तो आई राइट इट डाउन. तो दिस इज द फर्स्ट थिंग आई विल डू. इससे मेरे फोल्डर क्रिएट होगा, जो भी डायमेंशंस मुझे रेलिवेंट लगे उसके एग्जाम्पल मैंने लिख लिया. सर्चिंग फॉर एक्स्ट्रा डायमेंशंस फॉर इंडिया फ्रॉम इंडियन स्कूल ऑफ फिलोसफी. तो अब क्या होता है ना, हम लोग इसके बारे में सोचते नहीं है नॉर्मली, बट कोई भी टॉपिक आए, कैन समवन टेल मी द नेम्स ऑफ इंडियन स्कूल ऑफ फिलोसफी, क्या क्या होते थे. आर्ट एंड कल्चर का पार्ट है, मैं भूल गया इसलिए पूछ रहा हूँ. न्याय फिलोसफी, समख्या फिलोसफी, योग फिलोसफी, है ना. एंड इफ यू रीड देम, तुम्हारे तो ऐसे के टॉपिक के लिए बहुत फॉर्डर वहां से तुम्हें मिल सकता है. एंड एनीवन हु राइट्स अबाउट इट इज अ गुड आइडिया टू राइट अबाउट इट, बिकॉज पीपल कीप रेफरिंग टू द वेस्टर्न स्कूल्स ऑफ फिलोसफी विदाउट थिंकिंग कि हमारे इंडिया में इतने अच्छे अच्छे आइडियाज दिए गए थे विच वी डोंट कोट, एंड इफ यू कोट इट इट्स गोइंग टू गिव यू सम गुड मार्क्स. तो ये इंडियन स्कूल ऑफ फिलोसफी चाहे यूट्यूब से करो चाहे कहीं से भी करो, तो बट प्लीज राइट आइडियाज एंड द पर्सन हु गिव दोज आइडियाज, जब भी ऐसे टॉपिक आएगा प्लीज ट्राई टू इंक्लूड दिस इन योर एसे. और आई एम वेरी श्योर इतनी सारी फिलोसफी है, 6 स्कूल्स हैं शायद ना कहीं लैंड करेगा, कहीं ना कहीं अच्छा लैंड करेगा. ठीक है. इसका कंटेंट तैयार करके ले जाना, एंड दैट इज एक्स्ट्रा डायमेंशन, बिकॉज नो वन विल आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स थिंक कि मुझे आज न्याय फिलोसफी के बारे में लिखना है, until unless you have prepared something about it. Divide your essay in sections. So ये ऑप्शनल है. ठीक है. इट्स नॉट ज़रूरी कि तुम्हें करना है. मैं ऐसा करता था कोहेरेंट और वो बनाने के लिए. डायमेंशन जब आ जाती थी तो मैं दिमाग से 2-3 आर्ग्यूमेंट सोचता था कि मैं अब इसके बारे में बात करूंगा, इसके बारे में बात करूंगा, इसके बारे में बात करूंगा. वो 3-4 जो होंगे वो मेरे हेडिंग बन जाते थे. उसके अंदर मैं डायमेंशंस को पैराग्राफ में लिखता था. सो आई यूज्ड टू डिवाइड इन 3 to 4 सेक्शन, बट इट इज कम्प्लीटली ऑप्शनल. ऐसा भी हो सकता है मुझे ऐसे आए और मेरे सेक्शंस नहीं डिवाइड हो पाए तो मैं एक साथ लिख दूँ. ठीक है. देयर इज नथिंग रॉन्ग अबाउट इट. अरेंज द डायमेंशंस लिस्टेड इन डिकोडिंग प्रोसेस एज पर दीज सेक्शंस. मतलब जो मैंने डिकोडिंग की थी, मैंने टर्म्स आइडेंटिफाई किए थे, मैंने क्वेश्चंस पूछे थे, उससे मुझे कुछ डायमेंशंस मिले थे. उसके बाद मैंने कुछ सेक्शंस बनाए, जो डायमेंशन मुझे रेलिवेंट लगा मैंने उस सेक्शंस में वो डायमेंशन डाल दिया. ठीक है. गेटिंग आइडियाज फॉर इंट्रोडक्शन एंड कंक्लूजन. नाउ दिस इज लास्ट स्टेप. जब तूने प्लान कर लिया ऐसे, सो लास्ट स्टेप इज कि इंट्रोडक्शन और कंक्लूजन में क्या करूंगा. इसके बाद ऐसे लिखना शुरू कर देना चाहिए इंसान को. ऑल्सो पीपल हु जस्ट ज्वाइन, आई जस्ट वॉन्ट टू टेल दिस कि जब भी तुम डायमेंशंस खोल रहे हो, देयर समथिंग कॉल्ड एज हिडन डायमेंशंस और एब्स्ट्रैक्ट डायमेंशंस विच मेक योर एसे मोर इंटरेस्टिंग. और ये हिडन डायमेंशंस PYQ से आते हैं. जाके देखो उसने क्या क्या क्वेश्चन पूछ रखा है. लाइक आइडिया ऑफ टाइम. ठीक है. आइडिया ऑफ बीइंग, आइडिया ऑफ परसेप्शन, आइडिया ऑफ सेल्फ रिफ्लेक्शन, एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा. सो व्हेनेवर अ टॉपिक कम्स, ट्राई टू सी इससे रिलेट कर रहा है क्या, कोई एक डायमेंशन कहीं डाल सकता हूँ, बिकॉज this is something that normally people will not write, and if you write, it's going to give you some extra marks. So let's come to introduction and conclusion. तो मैंने बताया था कि मैं क्या करता था, ये मेरी कॉपी का वो है, स्क्रीनशॉट है. Why do a pile of facts? I'll read it out for you. Why to pile of facts? I wrote illusion of knowledge, illustration of hard work. ठीक है. Then I wrote, देखो मैंने लिखा न्याय philosophy. That's how I used to include all this in my essay. कल्चर के ऊपर न्याय philosophy के बारे में लिखा. Then I wrote Daniel Kahneman, शायद मुझे कहीं से याद आ गया होगा इनकी कोई बुक, which I'm going to quote. So I wrote about it and उनके आइडिया क्या थे. इंट्रोडक्शन में लिखा S. Ramanujan. For this topic only, knowledge is the process of piling of facts, wisdom lies in its simplification. So this is the process of planning which I did just to prove that मैं ये method इस्तेमाल करके अपने ऐसे लिखता था. Now, whenever you divided this your essay into different sections, try to make some creative headings apart from it. जैसे एक heading हो सकती है, for example, जैसे मैंने अभी क्लास के शुरू में बोला था कि कोई भी ऐसे का टॉपिक है हमेशा दो या तीन मेजर आइडियाज को कंपेयर करेगा वो. सो ट्राई टू क्रिएट योर डायमेंशंस लिंकिंग दोस टू आइडियाज. ठीक है. जैसे इसमें नॉलेज और विजडम मेन आइडियाज हैं, तो मैंने एक तरीका है एक सेक्शन बनाने का, नॉलेज एंड विजडम, दैट्स ऑल. उसको तुमने डिब्बा बनाया, लिख दिया. दैट इज वन वे टू डू इट. अनदर वे टू डू इट इज स्टोरी ऑफ नॉलेज और अ टेल ऑफ फैक्ट्स क्वेश्चन मार्क. इसके ऊपर डिब्बा बना दिया. नाउ दिस लुक्स मोर इंटरेस्टिंग देन द सिंपल नॉलेज एंड विजडम, एंड दिस विल कम बाय प्रैक्टिस. लॉजिक, अ बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक ऑफ विजडम. देयर इज अनदर वे टू राइट द सब हेडिंग ऑफ विजडम. विजडम फ्रॉम नॉलेज और नॉलेज फ्रॉम विजडम क्वेश्चन मार्क. दिस इज अनदर वे. सो आस्किंग क्वेश्चन टू द एग्जामिनर इज ऑल्सो अ नाइस वे टू मेक योर एसे इंटरेस्टिंग. मतलब मेक इट लाइक कॉन्वर्सेशन यू आर हैविंग विद द एग्जामिनर. डोंट ओवर डू इट, अदरवाइज इट लुक कौन एग्जामिनर है कौन स्टूडेंट है. बट स्टिल ट्राई टू आस्क दिस क्वेश्चन, और इनको यूज करके क्रिएटिव हेडिंग्स अगर बनाओगे इट विल हेल्प यू लैंड अ बेटर ऐसे. विजडम एंड नॉलेज अ कंटेम्प्रेरी स्टडी. तो जब लास्ट में ना मुझे कुछ समझ में नहीं आता था ऐसे में, तो मैं ये हेडिंग बनाता था जब मैं कंक्लूजन पे आ रहा होता था. दोनों आइडिया लिखा, अ कंटेम्प्रेरी स्टडी, एंड देन आई राइट अबाउट दीज आइडियाज हाउ दे आर रिलेवेंट इन द कंटेम्प्रेरी सेंस. एंड ये हमेशा कोई भी कंटेम्प्रेरी के बारे में बात कर रहा होता है, इट गिव्स यू द फीलिंग कि नाउ द एसे इज मूविंग टुवर्ड्स द कंक्लूजन. इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ ऐसे. ठीक है. अब इंट्रोडक्शन कैसे करेंगे मैंने बताया. कोट से कर सकते हो, फिक्शनल स्टोरी कर सकते हो, डायरेक्टली हिटिंग अ डिमांड ऑफ ऐसे. ठीक है. डायरेक्टली अगर एक्सप्लेन करना शुरू करोगे तो बोरिंग होगा. कोट मुझे याद रहते नहीं थे तो मैं नहीं कर पाता था. मैं हमेशा ये ज़रूर करता था मैं. ठीक है. और ये स्टोरी मैंने जैसे बताया था, मेक इट मोर इंटरेस्टिंग. जस्ट डोंट राइट इट इन अ वे के एक सिंपल तरीका लिख सकते हो, दूसरा इलस्ट्रेट करके लिख सकते हो. जैसे I told you can write a girl standing by the window looking by the road, something like this. Or you can write in a remote place in India in the hot month of June, a girl is standing by the window by the rusty colored curtains or something like this. Now this will look more illustrative, and whenever you start doing this, the examiner instantly start thinking about the things, because जैसे मैंने अभी ये बोला तुम्हारे दिमाग में कर्टन आया होगा, ये सब आया होगा, एंड वो भी एग्जामिनर के साथ भी यही होता है, एंड देन he or she gets engaged in an essay. So whenever you're writing a story, try to write it in a more descriptive fashion. Make creative and descriptive story to catch the attention of the examiner, जो मैंने अभी बोला. और ये करने के लिए I would suggest please read one or two works by Mitch Albom. Anyone who know this? एक किताब है Tuesdays with Maury, किसने पढ़ी है, सुना है? हाँ. So ये बहुत अच्छा, मतलब one of my most loved fictional author is Mitchell. You can go and read it. He describes things very nicely like a story. So if you want to understand it, तो Mitchell का Tuesday with Maury पढ़ लेना. मतलब अभी it's not relevant to your means or something, but it can tell you how to write a story in a more illustrative fashion. Then I wrote about story code should meet the demand of essay. Okay. Then I wrote about leave the story in between and connect it to in the conclusion. That is called the loop method. जैसे अभी मैंने बताया था कि क्लाइमेट चेंज पे एक टॉपिक आया था. I started with the girl standing by the rusty curtains looking at the yellow colored air outside, saw some men walking in the UV suits carrying some oxygen cylinders, going to refill their oxygen from the oxygen cylinder dispenser or something. So that shows if climate change doesn't work out, 50 साल बाद जाके शायद हमें ऐसा कुछ दुनिया दिखने को मिलेगी. Now after writing this introduction, this creates an impact on the examiner. You write your body pura. Towards the end, come again to the girl who was standing in the door, in the window, looking at these people and tell what happened to them. Either end it in a positive or negative way. It's your discretion. But what happens is, जब तुम एक शुरू में स्टोरी को कंक्लूजन में रिलेट करते हो, this creates a holistic rope around your essay, and it looks like तुमने बहुत प्लानिंग के साथ किया है. But it's just one way to make recall. अगर कोई स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी कोई देखता होगा तो एक रिकॉल बहुत यूज करते हैं वो लोग. They'll tell you a joke and they'll keep recalling that joke, and that creates the impact. So I'm just recalling, ये रिकॉल ही कर रहा हूँ मैं. तुम एक दो बार रिकॉल कर सकते हो from the same story because it will make it look like कि एक स्टोरी है वो एक रोप में पूरे ऐसे को बांध के रखा है, and that will make it more coherent and more flow बना के रखेगा. ठीक है, बेसिकली हैक है. तो ये हैक है कि तुम इंट्रोडक्शन शुरू करो, एटलीस्ट एक में ऐसा करके आना, इंट्रोडक्शन करना, स्टोरी में कहीं ना कहीं रिकॉल करते करते कंक्लूजन कर देना उस स्टोरी से. बट डोंट ओवर डू एनी ऑफ दिस. मतलब दिस इज लाइक वाटरिंग योर प्लांट्स. अच्छे से करना है, ज़्यादा कर दोगे तो इट विल जस्ट स्पॉइल ऐसे. देन दिस पॉइंट, एक्सप्लेन द बेसिक टर्म्स गिवन इन द टॉपिक. तो मैंने शुरू में ही बोला था कि डोंट अज्यूम दैट एग्जामिनर नोज एवरीथिंग दैट यू आर राइटिंग. सो उसको बताने के लिए कि तुम्हारा बेसिक जो है वो क्लियर है, यू एक्सप्लेन दोज बेसिक टर्म इन द इंट्रोडक्शन इटसेल्फ. कुछ लिख दो उसके बारे में, जैसे नॉलेज, पाइलिंग ऑफ फैक्ट्स, विजडम, कुछ उसके बारे में लिख दो. व्हाट डू यू अंडरस्टैंड अबाउट इट, व्हाट डू यू फील अबाउट इट. सो दैट विल क्रिएट सम इम्पैक्ट. ओके, राइटिंग एन इंट्रो एट द एंड टू एक्सप्लेन थिंग्स बीइंग डिस्कस्ड. सो मैं क्या करता था, जब मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन वाला पार्ट खत्म हो जाता था, आई यूज्ड टू राइट दिस स्मॉल paragraph saying in this essay we are going to discuss about knowledge and wisdom as an idea. We are going to compare knowledge and wisdom or something like this. It was like a pre-cap to my upcoming essay. So तुम ऑलरेडी बता दोगे कि देखो भाई मैं ये बात करने वाला हूँ अभी ऐसे में. So that is something what I used to do. It's again optional to you. I'm running out of time. This class is longer. You have a class by 5, right? After 5, right? Okay. तो एग्जाम्पल ऑफ इंट्रोडक्शन, जैसे मैंने जो अभी टॉपिक बताया था, नॉलेज इज द प्रोसेस ऑफ पाइलिंग ऑफ फैक्ट, विजडम लाइज इन इट्स सिंप्लीफिकेशन. ओके, तो उसमें मैंने क्या सोचा, मैंने एस रामानुजन की स्टोरी से स्टार्ट किया. एंड दिस इज फ्रॉम माई कॉपी. फ्रॉम द स्मॉल स्ट्रीट्स ऑफ साउथ इंडिया टू द स्नो लेडन स्ट्रीट्स ऑफ आईवी लीग कॉलेजेस इन लंडन, a handwritten letter from a young man rung bells of scientific community. The time when mathematics around the world, mathematicians around the world were busy in publishing papers on facts of number system, the findings of a young man from South India were likely to make a breakthrough. So this creates this image of snow-laden mountains, some street in India, and how a person who is working on wisdom, not only on facts, creates those ripples to in the community which is building up knowledge from facts. So you can support this idea also कि fact को ही building block use करके knowledge बना रहे हैं. ठीक है, so अब एक introduction हो सकता था बहुत stale, और एक ये introduction जो मैंने किया था, it looks a little more engaging, right? अच्छा, there's this announcement that MMP 2024 Polity Lecture by Babu sir will continue after this session only. So you can stay here and it will be continuing in this online session only. Because I think I'm going to overboard the time. दूसरे example उसके आगे मैं लिखा, story of the great mathematician from India, popularly called as the man who knew infinity, S. Ramanujan, is a prime example which clarifies the difference between knowledge and wisdom. So this is like keeping closely to the demand of the essay. बार बार मैं कहीं ना कहीं वो वर्ड्स यूज कर रहा हूँ जो टॉपिक्स में है. Having a very little training in mathematics, he made some path-breaking discoveries in the field of mathematics. Some of his works are still being deciphered and simplified by the scholars around the world. क्यों लिखा मैंने simplified? Because knowledge light in simplification था. तो मैं कहीं ना ये ऐसे डालते रहता था because examiners knows के कहीं और नहीं उड़ रहा, बंदा अभी भी वहीं पे है, उसी टॉपिक के बारे में बात कर रहा है. So and I have done this applying the same things that I have discussed in the class. 10 minutes left to the class. फ्लो बनाने के लिए कनेक्टिंग फ्रेजेस का इस्तेमाल करते हैं हम लोग. जैसे दिस इज अ कनेक्टिंग फ्रेज. तो मैंने ऊपर किसी चीज के बारे में बात करी होगी, नीचे आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट समथिंग एल्स. So I put this ruffling through numerous examples of piling of facts. This is something I've talked about इससे ऊपर वाले पैराग्राफ में. Around us, we are bound to ask why do we pile of facts. तो अब एग्जामिनर को पता है कि अब मैं इसके बारे में बात करूँगा पाइलिंग ऑफ फैक्ट्स क्यों करा जा रहा है, एंड दिस मेंटेन द फ्लो ऑफ माई एसे. पहले ये बात कर ली, अब मैं इसके बारे में ये बात करूँगा. ठीक है. सो whenever you are ending an idea, try to include this connecting phrase at the end of it, so that telling कि अब मैंने इसके बारे में बात करी थी and now I'm going to talk about this in the next paragraph. That's how you make an essay like flow वाला essay. तो maintaining the flow of your essay, start करो अपना paragraph in word से moreover, however, further, apart from this, nevertheless. That shows ऊपर से पढ़ता पढ़ता आएगा तो ब्रेक नहीं लगेगा. मोर ओवर दिस हैपेंड, अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस वी कैन ऑल्सो टॉक अबाउट दिस. तो ये बहुत ही बेसिक सा डिफरेंस है, बट क्रिएट्स योर ऐसे एक फ्लो बन जाता है ऐसे. ठीक है. स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ एयर ऐसे. आई जस्ट ड्रॉ अ पेज हेयर. ठीक है. ये पेज है. पहला है छोटे छोटे पैराग्राफ में लिखो. एक पैराग्राफ, एक पेज पे ऑलमोस्ट 2 पैराग्राफ लिखना चाहिए अकॉर्डिंग टू मी. Explain one idea in one paragraph only and be concise about it. Do not let it overflow to the second paragraph. Use a different paragraph for a different idea or argument. ऐसा मत करो कि एक ही पैराग्राफ में तुमने 2 चीज़ों के बारे में बात करिए, घिसपिच हो जाने वाला है. Leave some space before starting a new paragraph. ये बहुत बेसिक है, but that gives you the feeling of, मैं मान लो ये लिखा, ठीक, कॉपी चल रही है, पैराग्राफ यहाँ एंड हो गया. अब एक तरीका, you can start new paragraph from here. But मैं क्या करता था, I'll start it here from here. नॉर्मली लोग ऐसे ही करते हैं ना, लाइक छोटी छोटी चीज़ें हैं ना, ये स्पेस छोड़ के. तो ये छोटी छोटी चीज़ें मेक श्योर ऐसे लाइक इधर पैराग्राफ, फिर इधर, फिर इधर, फिर इधर. इट लुक्स अ लिटिल मोर ऑर्गेनाइज्ड व्हेन यू डू दीज स्मॉल थिंग्स. अरेंज दीज पैराग्राफ्स इन ऑर्डरली फैशन. यूज 2-3 लाइन्स इन कनेक्टिंग फ्रेजेस टू मेंटेन द फ्लो. आई हैव ऑलरेडी टॉक्ड अबाउट इट. तो देखो ये मेरी कॉपी है. वैसे अगर तुम मेरी कोई मेंस की कॉपी देखोगे, ऐसी राइटिंग नहीं है उसमें, बट ऐसे में आई हैव रिटन वेरी क्लियरली, वेरी नाइस क्यूट हैंड राइटिंग. This is a connecting phrase again, showing you example. What we need today is a system and society which rewards discussion, encourages questions, admires innovation and simplification. Again देखो मैंने वही words use कर रहा हूँ जो कि essay के topic में था, to give an impression that I am close to a demand of essay. All right, concluding your essay, last but not the least, पहला loop system बताया था, जो story से start की थी. Try to recall that sometimes towards the end you can write it. Ending with another relevant quote. मैं नहीं कर पाता था, मुझे quotes नहीं याद रहते, but you can do it. Ending with an idea of better India, better tomorrow, positivity. ठीक है, always an option. End it on a positive note and optimistic tone. You can always do it. Make conclusion as the highest point of your essay. कोई अच्छा example अगर तुम्हारे पास है, try to put it towards the end because that is going to define कहाँ पे ऐसे छूटने वाला है. Avoid ending your essay abruptly. This is the worst thing that you can do. 1.5 पेज जब बचा हो लास्ट का, स्टार्ट कंक्लूडिंग थोड़ा थोड़ा करके. ठीक है. मतलब जैसे लोग बोलते हैं कि एक चीज़ होती है ऐसे लाइक अ बॉटल ऑफ पेप्सी. ठीक है, ऐसे समथिंग लाइक दिस. दिस इज योर इंट्रोडक्शन. सॉरी, क्या कर रहा हूँ. दिस इज योर इंट्रोडक्शन. दैट मीन्स इंट्रोडक्शन में ज़्यादा रायता नहीं फैलाना है. दिस इज योर बॉडी. ये ट्रांजिशन स्मूथ होना चाहिए. मतलब जो इंट्रोडक्शन में बात की थी उससे अलग अलग डायमेंशंस खोल रहा हूँ मैं. ठीक है. नाउ दिस इज योर बॉडी. जितनी डायमेंशंस खोली थी, आई विल ट्राई नॉट टू डू मोर ऑफ इट, बट आई विल ड्रॉ थ्रेड्स फ्रॉम देयर ओनली, उन्हीं डायमेंशन का. अब अगर मैं आज को ऐसे बंद कर दूँ ना, कंक्लूजन, इट विल नॉट बी अ गुड. आई विल बी एंडिंग एब्रप्टली. इन सब डायमेंशंस को ना स्लोली आई ट्राई टू कंक्लूड एन ऐसे लाइक अ स्मूथ वे. तो थिंक ऑफ योर ऐसे लाइक अ बॉटल ऑफ कोल्ड ड्रिंक. व्हेन यू स्टार्ट विद अ कंसाइज स्टोरी, open some dimensions, continue this thread in the body and smoothen the ending. Don't end it abruptly. Last thing to avoid in an essay, original idea argument के बारे में बात ही नहीं करी, example भर दिया है. Don't do that. Overloading essay with example without making any arguments. Please don't do this. Example भर जाते हैं, आर्ग्यूमेंट नहीं होता कोई। वीक एग्जाम्पल स्कॉलर यूज़ करे नहीं, इनकम्प्लीट ऐसे करना ही नहीं है, 90 मिनट्स में ख़त्म करना है ऐसे, स्विंग अवे फ्रॉम द डिमांड, वेस्टिंग टू मच टाइम इन प्लानिंग। कभी कभी हम बैठे रहते हैं, प्लान करते रहते हैं और लास्ट में ऐसे लिख ही नहीं पाते। यूजिंग एग्जाम्पल विदाउट कंटेक्स्ट और कनेक्टिंग फ्रेजेस, ऑलरेडी टॉक्ड अबाउट इट। ओवर अंडरलाइनिंग, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। ऐसे में करे जा रहे हो अंडरलाइन जीएस की तरह, इट विल मेक योर ऐसे लुक अगली, डोंट डू इट। पीपल रीड एवरीथिंग दैट यू राइट, सो नहीं भी करोगे अंडरलाइन चलेगा, पर अंडरलाइन लेस करो। राइटिंग क्लटर्ड ऐसे विदाउट नीट हैंड राइटिंग, प्लीज डोंट डू इट। दे एक्सपेक्ट यू टू राइट नाइस हैंड राइटिंग बिकॉज दे आर गिविंग यू एम्पल अमाउंट ऑफ टाइम। यार ये इंपॉर्टेंट स्लाइड है, इसको एक बार देख लो। आई एम कंक्लूडिंग बट स्टिल समथिंग गुड सोर्सेज टू रिफर। थोड़ा बहुत बुक पढ़ो, से मिस एल्बम बोला था, ऐसे कुछ कुछ फिक्शन पढ़ लो। यूट्यूब चैनल स्कूल ऑफ लाइफ करके चैनल है, इसको देख लो, उसके नोट्स बना लो। मैंने एथिक्स पेपर में भी बोला, एथिक्स में भी बोला था कल। दिस विल हेल्प यू टू गेट अ लॉट ऑफ फॉर्डर। ओके, टेक अ पिक्चर और समथिंग। एक ये बुक है वर्ल्ड ग्रेटेस्ट 50 एसेज, इसमें 50 सबसे अच्छे एसेज का एक कंपाइलेशन है। देखो व्हाट मेक्स दैट एसे गुड। वर्ल्ड 50 ग्रेटेस्ट स्पीचेस एक और बुक है, ट्राई टू रीड इट नाउ एंड देन। मेंस लिख रहे हो इस बार तो आई वुड नॉट से, बट इफ यू आर राइटिंग नेक्स्ट ईयर प्लीज रीड इट, यहाँ से बहुत रेफरेंस मिलते हैं। सम अदर बुक ऑन ऐसे राइटिंग, इफ यू आर रिफरिंग टू इट, इट्स ओके। दिस इज बुक बाय कॉल्ड लेटर्स फ्रॉम फादर टू डॉटर, इसमें इलस्ट्रेशन बहुत अच्छे यूज करे हुए हैं। किसी को पता है किसी बुक है ये? या यू कैन रीड इट, वेरी नाइस, वेरी क्यूट, वेरी स्मॉल बुक। सम अदर फिक्शनल बुक दैट यू वांट, लर्निंग सम पोएम्स लाइक इफ बाय रुडयार्ड किपलिंग, आई टॉक्ड इन द एथिक्स क्लास ऑल्सो। इस पोएम के दो लाइनर्स में बहुत सारी वैल्यूज देता है वो, ठीक है, दिस कैन बी गुड फॉर्डर। एथिक्स का सिलेबस, स्कॉलर्स एंड फिलोसफी, स्पेशली द इंडियन स्कूल ऑफ फिलोसफी, प्लीज रीड देम प्रॉपरली। सो दिस इज द थोड़ा सा लिस्ट है बट नॉट holistic. This I'll do next time. I was planning to also write, like implement the same method to write a new essay here. If someone wants to write on it, can note it down and try. Okay, I am done. If there's something that you want to ask me immediately, I can tell you. I'll also see if there's something being asked online, and then I'll just conclude the class. Anything that anyone wants to ask? Yeah. So जैसे मैंने ऊपर देखो, keep those hidden dimensions in your mind and then open that in the dimension that in the essay dimension जो टॉपिक में है। आ गया, ये था, ठीक है, ये स्लाइड थी। इसमें मैंने कहाँ यूज किया, ये देखो, विजडम है। विजडम क्या है, उसके अंदर मैंने नॉलेज वर्सेस परसेप्शन ऑफ नॉलेज। तो आई न्यू परसेप्शन एक है डायमेंशन, हाउ कैन आई रिलेटेड विद द एग्जिस्टिंग टॉपिक। वैसे दिमाग में नहीं आएगा परसेप्शन के बारे में बात करना, बट इफ यू हैव दीज हिडन डायमेंशन और एब्स्ट्रैक्ट डायमेंशन इन योर माइंड, देन यू कैन ओपन दीज। गॉट इट? एनीथिंग एल्स? टाइम टू डिकोड, यार आई यूज्ड टू यूज एटलीस्ट 15 मिनट्स, सो 15 मिनट्स में यूज करता था। यू गाइस कैन ऑल्सो यूज दिस। ओके, आई थिंक I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. Anything else that you want to ask, I'll answer later. I don't want to eat up on another class's time. Thank you so much. I hope something useful came out of it. Or did anyone use this method abhi tak? Nahi? Try to use it. Pen में V7 यूज करता था। हाँ, V7 इस्तेमाल करो एंड मेक इट प्रिटी, ऐसे की कॉपी देखने में लगनी चाहिए अच्छी, तभी नंबर मिलते हैं। चलो, आई एम डन, आई विल जस्ट लीव फॉर द नेक्स्ट क्लास। ऑल द बेस्ट, राइट? कोई मेंस लिख रहे हैं यहाँ पे? आई थिंक यू वर राइटिंग समथिंग, समवन वाज राइटिंग, होपफुली यू राइटिंग। ऑल द बेस्ट।
आवाज़ आ रही है अभी? ठीक है, और लाइव भी है? लाइव हो गया? Okay. So, good evening, everyone. You had your first polity class yesterday. The online students can, or people who are watching it on YouTube, we had MMP का first polity class yesterday. So, in every class in the beginning, right? So here, Sir has given 4 answers, and he's saying write any 3 of them in next 30 minutes. After that, he'll discuss these questions. He'll discuss all 4 questions, but write these in first 30 minutes. He'll come and discuss the question, and then the class would start. Then the teaching portion would be starting. So in our mains masters program, every day we are writing 3 to 4 answers, so that in next 70 days we should be able to write 210 to 280 answers. That's what we're going to do here. Okay, so even online students, you can please write these answers, and Babu sir will have its discussion in the last 20 minutes. Half an hour mein any 3 answer out of the 4 answer, just write any 3 answer. He'll have discussion for all 4 of them, and then the class for mains masters program second class would start. These questions are based on the class that we took yesterday, and that class is also on the YouTube. Okay, thank you.
Okay, when did you all start writing? In half an hour, it's over. How much time is still pending? So time is also very important. 5:10. Okay, so take another 5 minutes from 5:40. Huh? Okay, last couple of minutes. नहीं इसको डिस्कशन स्टार्ट तो एक कॉपी दे उसको आधा घंटा लगेगा वो भी दे okay please how many of you completed all the answers? 3 answers. I think that was informed that out of 4 if you write 3 also. Okay, how many of you completed 3 answers? So completed 3 answers. All right. So we'll just have a brief discussion of these things. And then after the class, if you want to show me, you can show. I will just glimpse at your answers. Okay, but I will discuss all the 4 questions. So the idea is, that there will be certain things that will be giving it in the form of the questions, and then we will discuss that also. Question number 4. That's okay, because it's a very conventional topic. Certain things we'll cover it in the form of the answers discussions in the class. It's a previous year question. It has already been asked. Okay, so I'll just discuss the first question. Look into the first question. I think most of the things we have discussed, but anyways, we'll try to structure it today. See the first question. The Constitution of India is a transformative document designed for progressive society. Do you agree? Explain your viewpoints with suitable illustrations. Okay, anyone can tell me what are the things that has to be there in these answers? What are the things? First, let us try to break this particular question into different parts. So, what are the things that has to be there in this particular answer? Is one of you please volunteer? Those who are at the back, can you come a little front? So, it's looking too back there. So, try to come and accommodate yourself in the little front. Okay, so the key word here is the Constitution of India is a transformative document designed for a progressive society. So, your answer should also substantiate how the Constitution of India is can be a transformative document and how it can be used for the progression of the society. So, do you agree? So, if you agree with this, you will have to substantiate that in this particular area, and then specifically it is also asking for explain with that suitable illustrations. So, the first thing is you can start it in number of ways. So, how you would start this? Although there is no hard and fast rule as to how you would start this, somewhere you have to link it with the idea of what is called as transformative constitution. So, when you talk of transformative constitution, you have to link that with an idea of what is called as transformative constitution. So, we can say that the Constitution of India is a transformative document, a document which has the potential to transform the lives of the people, which is what is a vision that was there in the founding fathers. That is a vision that they had, and they have provided so and so provisions, and these provisions, so whatever examples that I have discussed, can you give me some examples of the values that you have seen in the Constitution which has the potential to transform? Be it justice, be it liberty, equality. So, those are all the values that you have put in. After defining what is, how the Constitution is a transformative document, you try to explain those things. And if you want, you can give some examples also. Has anyone given some examples in the first part? So, for example, how reservation can transform the life of the people. At least I am just saying one example, you can write the other examples also. And then once you give these values and the examples, then explain your viewpoint with suitable illustrations. So, here again you can use the examples, but I would look, you give certain case studies. How many of you have explained that with case studies? At least couple of case studies in your example. So, you have seen a lot of examples. So, what are the examples? What is the case study that you have used? All right. All right. And how does it transform? Have you written at least one line? Okay, definitely that is very true that the Nalsa judgment has recognized a third gender, but recognizing them as a third gender, how does it transform the life of those sections of the people? Identity, and by which they can now enter into jobs and all those things. It gave them equal access to various opportunities and privileges. At least in one thing you just explain it, because it is specifically asking for suitable illustrations. At least you take one case law and you try to explain that in detail. If it is not explicitly asked, then it is okay, but here it is required. What is any other example that any of you have used? Sabrimala judgment, and have you explained that a little? How that it will transform? Very good, because the Supreme Court has also considered that the practice in Sabrimala case is a form of untouchability. It has said that it is violation of Article 17 as well. So, write at least one or two examples in this particular case. So, I would say in this case you will have to first explain the idea of what is transformative constitution, and because the constitution is a transformative constitution, it can also transform. So, it is a transformative document, and how that transformative document can use to progress the life of the people is what you will have to give some examples. You can take the idea of equality or justice or liberty, say that it can transform the life of the people, and then you come and give specific case laws. And then is there anyone who has written the conclusion also? Can anyone share your conclusion for this particular question? How you have concluded this particular answer? Yes? Very good, good enough. So, you are saying that the founding fathers has provided these values with a vision of making it a progressive society. Okay. Any other conclusion? Yes. Very good. So, you are saying that the constitution is a transformative document, no doubt, but the Supreme Court of India is acting, the judiciary is acting as a catalyst in making it a transformative, in realizing the transformative vision of the constitution. Very good. So, anyway, there is no hard and fast rule, but stick to what is asked in the question. All that it is required is you should define the idea of what is transformative constitution. It should have some values which can transform the life of the society, thereby making it more progressive, and then 1 or 2 case laws, and then you conclude your answer. That will be sufficient enough. Now, come to question number 2 in this particular case. As per the NCRB report, if you see the NCRB report 2022, there is 45% increase in the cases of hate speech. So, the key word here is hate speech. And then what are the reasons do you think that there is increase in this hate speech? So, here they are asking about the reasons. So, I would say the first thing, the key word here is what is, you should be in a position to explain what is hate speech or define hate speech. Then what are the reasons do you think that there is increase in the incidence of hate speech in India? And then also suggest suitable measures to avoid them. So, it is a very direct, straightforward question, but you should address all these things. So, how would you start this particular question? Definition of hate speech, that is one conventional way, because there is no hard and fast rule as to how you start. But in a GS paper, what you try to do is always try to don't give an introduction to the question, in the sense that do not try to give a context and then come to what is hate speech. You can directly start with what is asked in the question, because you don't have that much amount of time to do it. Either you can start with hate speech, or you can say that right to freedom of speech and expression. In that way also you can start. Though right to freedom of speech and expression is a very important right, but right to freedom of speech and expression is not absolute, and it can be restricted in number of ways, and hate speech is one such restriction, and hate speech has become an important issue today. And then also you can start explaining the hate speech very quickly. So, you know what is the definition of hate speech? We have already seen that. Can anyone tell me what is hate speech? Any speech which is trying to create hatred between different sections of the society. You can use a very simplest definition. That is what is hate speech. You define that, and we have seen a lot of reasons for as to how the hate speech is happening in our country. So, you can come and give those reasons, 4 or 5 reasons, whatever we have seen. Then quickly share the reasons that you have seen yesterday. What are the reasons for hate speech today in our country? One is the political polarization. For the political willpower they are doing it, and then limelight, the politicians want to be in the limelight. Then we do not have a proper definition of hate speech, making it the implementation very difficult. We have seen lack of role of the judiciary, proactive role of the judiciary. So, you write 4 or 5 reasons in that particular area. Then you come and suggest the reasons to tackle that. We have seen that suggestions also how to tackle that. One is we have seen that implementation of the Law Commission of India report. How many of you written about the Law Commission of India recommendation? Standing committee has also suggested to amend the Information Technology Act. Has anyone added anything apart from this as a suggestion? Okay, you can also talk about the value education. So, in the long term, this can be the short term thing, but in the long term, if you think of, you can also bring in the moral values and the changes and all those things that can also be added. And the value should include how to accommodate the multicultural and the people from different religions, and their values should be accommodated. So, those things can also be added. And how do you conclude this particular question? Is anyone willing to share as to how they have concluded this answer? Yes. Very good. So, you can add all the things. So, whatever you suggested, no, you can just summarize all those things very quickly. So, hate speech has a very detrimental effect, and hence it is important to define, and at the same time probably there should be a political will, and the judiciary should also come forward and play a very proactive role in this regard. So, you can just summarize whatever you are told, and then you can conclude it also. That is the way you can do about this particular question. So, come to the next question very quickly. You should be comfortable today because you already discussed this, the content at least. Now, come to the next question, constitutional morality, which talks about constitutional morality. Even if there is a tension with the existing social morality, constitutional morality, even if there is tension with existing social morality, should not be rejected, comment. So, here this question demands everybody to know as to what is constitutional morality. Everybody should also know what is social morality, and the question itself is very affirmative in one direction. What is this affirmative that it is saying? The question is saying, in case of conflict between social morality and the constitutional morality, which should be given importance? The constitutional morality, and you will have to just comment about that. You will have to just write more about that, and you can also give your own conclusion. You can also give your own opinion on this. Anybody who has got a differing opinion that is, no, social morality has to be given weightage in certain cases? Anybody has written in that particular area? Nothing prevents you, but it cannot be justified, because when you talk of constitutional morality, which is the predominant view, the values that is laid down in the constitution, and everything that is decided in the society, it has to be as per the values. So, how do you start this particular question? Either you can start defining as to what is constitutional morality, you can directly start with that. You define, yesterday we have seen as to what is the definition of constitutional morality. That what is we have seen with regard to constitutional morality, that in a democratic setup, the institutions, the people, their behavior has to be guided by what? Their behavior has to be guided by the values in the constitution. So, for example, the ideals like justice, liberty, rule of law, these should be the governing principles. Equality of everyone should be equally respected. That is what is the idea of constitutional morality. There you can also explain, even if it is in violation of the social morality, which is basically based on the values in the society, norms in the society, and then you can start explaining if there is a conflict, how these things has been decided. Has anyone given the examples for this, where there is a conflict between constitutional morality and social morality, and how the constitutional morality has been given precedence? Yes, what was your example? Very good, live-in relationship judgment. So, what has been given precedence by the court? No, that is only a view that is given by the High Court. But even before that, there are a number of judgments which has recognized the idea of See, I would say that when you write this particular answer, when you talk of constitutional morality, you start explaining that, and then you also talk of social morality. Then you start explaining this idea of constitutional morality over social morality has been given precedence in number of cases. First, write all those things. Write all those things, but then you can also write the other areas, but it is also unfortunate in certain incidences social morality has been given precedences. But ultimately, what is very important? Ultimately, the important thing is the constitutional morality. Shabrimala case you can put, you have seen other cases also. What are the other cases you can put in here? Adultery, yes, very good. Navjot Singh Johar case, section 377 also you can put in here. We have seen that the Delhi case yesterday, National Capital Territory of Delhi case, we have seen the constitutional morality. So, any couple of cases is sufficient enough. But for the counter viewpoint, unfortunately, in certain cases, social morality is practiced. There you can use the example of whatever you told, that live-in relationship case. And then finally, you can also again conclude saying that when there is any conflict, which has to prevail? It is a social morality. Okay, that is the way you can write it. Yes? In case of any conflict between these two things, which has to prevail? It is the constitutional morality. Now, come to the last part, which is previous year UPSC question. Has anyone attempted this question? you have attempted this particular question. So, let us also discuss this very quickly. Discuss the adjectives attached to the word republic. How many of you understood this particular question in the first place? What does it mean by, what are the adjectives attached to the word republic? The preamble says that we the people of India solemnly resolve to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, and then republic. So, basically it requires an explanation of all these words very briefly. What is in your understanding sovereign, what in your understanding is socialist, what in your understanding is secular and republic, not in your understanding as it is there in the constitution. Okay, so that is what is very important. So, discuss the adjectives attached to the word republic in the preamble. Are they defendable in the present circumstances? That is, the second part is also very important. I hope that most of you would have written as to what is sovereign in simple words. You do not have to write it very much. When you talk of sovereign, it is about sovereignty in terms of both internal as well as external matters. That is, with regard to internal or the external matters, India is the sovereign, the state is the sovereign in this particular thing. Socialist, you know what is the meaning of the word socialist? Socialist means it is a social ownership over the property, but we do not follow the social ownership completely, but India has followed a mixed kind of model, where there is social ownership also, there are certain means of production under the control of the government, but the private means of production also continue to exist. That is what is the word socialist, sovereign, socialist, secular. What do you understand by the word secular? Secular means that the state does not identify itself with any religion, that is equal respect to all the religion. But however, the kind of secularism that we follow in India is positive secularism. I hope you all understand the meaning of positive secularism. And then the word sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic. Now, in democratic, it is very important what was envisaged with regard to democratic. It is not only about the political democracy, but a democratic society was envisaged by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. In fact, for him, the idea of democracy is a much larger view. So, political democracy only means that everybody will have the right to vote, everybody can contest election, and it is not about that. For him, it is a democratic society which includes more or less social and economic democracy as well. For him, democracy cannot be easily achieved, and in the idea of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, unless and until the social and economic democracy is achieved, the political democracy cannot sustain itself for a long time. In his, during his words in the Constituent Assembly, he told that many democracies has failed because they only gave the right to vote, but there is no social and economic democracy. So, now you can ask me that what is a social and economic democracy? Is only that there is an idea of equality. So, the equality has to be there in the society. Justice has to be there in the society, unless and until liberty has to be exercised by every sections of the people. Unless and until this is there, the political democracy cannot sustain in itself. Okay, so that also you should briefly explain. But now the question is, are they defendable in the present circumstances? See, two approaches you can take. Either you explain one by one everything, what is your idea of sovereignty, socialist, secular, democratic, and then you come in the next part and then you say that whether they are defendable in the present circumstances. That is one approach. Or the other approach is you explain sovereignty, challenges to sovereignty, or you take up the second thing, that is socialism, the idea of the kind of socialist society we are, and then are they defendable in the present circumstances. So, how many of you followed the second approach in this question, or how many of you followed the first approach, that you started explaining all the things and then you come and discuss are they defendable in the present circumstances? Any of the approaches can be followed, but I would say that the second approach could be little better because you are explaining every topic then and there. So, it would be better for you to explain then and there itself. So, what do you mean by are they defendable in the present circumstances? That means what are the challenges to sovereignty today? Do we have any challenges to sovereignty? Do you think India is really a sovereign state today? Is there any differences of opinion with that? Today, nobody can deny the fact that India is a sovereign state, so is most of the independent states. But all the independent states today, they do have one problem, is because today the world is globalized and it is more integrated than ever. We have multilateral institutions, we have international laws, and we have obligations and commitments to international conventions. So, to some extent, like say international institutions like WTO or for that matter United Nations organizations, and then we have international laws, and because of all these things we have some obligations. But despite all those things, still India continues to be a sovereign state. There is no doubt in that. Okay. So say that yes, are they defendable in the present circumstances? I would say despite India's commitment to international organizations, multilateral institutions, which does in one way or the other interfere with our sovereignty, but still India is largely a sovereign state. And for that you can also give examples. Say for example, there was this war that was happening, the Ukraine war. In the Ukraine war, there was a lot of pressure from USA on India to act in a particular way, but India still has taken an independent stand. That shows that India is a sovereign state. Okay, so still it is defendable. Now come to the idea of socialist. So the idea of socialist, are they defendable in the present circumstances? Or in other words, do you think that India still follows socialist policies in our country? Or because of the liberalization, privatization and globalization, we have given away the socialistic ideas? Are we still following the socialistic policies? India is still predominantly having a lot of socialistic policies. There are a number of ways that we implement the directive principles of state policy. Give examples, the National Health Mission we have brought in recently, we provide subsidies to the poor people. We still continue with all those things. Yes, definitely the state is rolling back, which means in certain areas the state is not venturing. So for example, recently the government of India has completely privatized the Air India. So we do not have a national aircraft carrier today. So the government does not own anything. So we are rolling back wherever it is not required, but we are moving forward wherever it is required. So still it is defendable and it is required in the present circumstances. Okay. So try to have both the sides of argument. Very quick examples. You don't have to write it elaborately. Come to the idea of secularism. Is there any challenges? Are they defendable? The idea of secularism, is it defendable today? What is our idea of secularism? Our idea of secularism is that we will treat all the religion equally and the state will not identify itself with any religion. That is our idea, but our idea is little different from Western secularism to that extent. The Western secularism is a non-interventionist approach, a complete separation model. But in India, we do not follow a complete separation model, but we follow in what is called as positive interventionist approach. So is that approach defendable in the present circumstances? Do you think that the state intervention is still possible? Still the state intervention, because the constitution itself, if you see under Article 25, it allows the state to intervene in the secular matters with regard to religious reforms. The constitution does allow that, and recently also the state has intervened. And does the state has brought in any intervention in the recent past? Triple talaq, any other examples? Shabrimala, triple talaq. Recently they are very good. They have introduced a bill to prohibit the child marriage. That's still a bill which is also related to the Uniform Civil Code. So you see that that kind of secularism is still very much defendable. Okay. So how child marriage is linked with secularism? See, there are many religions today in our country, and different religions have different religious laws which govern their marriage and all those things. So there are a lot of personal laws today allow the child to get married as per their personal laws. So now a bill has been introduced where they are trying to bring in uniformity in terms of the marriage, and they are trying to make it 21 years for both men and women, which is not the case earlier. So for that they have to amend a number of other religious laws also, which I will anyways discuss when I take up the Uniform Civil Code. So it does has a relation to what is called as the secularism. Are they defendable in the present circumstances? So yes, definitely it is defendable. Of course, there is a challenge, but they are defendable and the state is moving forward in that particular direction. And then the idea of democracy. So here you will have to explain not just the political democracy, but a democratic society. Are they defendable in the present circumstances? Of course, there are challenges, but the state has to move forward. The state has to ensure equality. The state has to ensure justice. So you can give 1 or 2 examples also, ensure equality and justice, and then they are very much defendable in the present circumstances. Rather, I would say you should conclude your answer by saying that whether the question of whether they are defendable in the present circumstances is one thing, but it has to be defended in the first place, because that is what the constitution says. That is what the values in the constitution. So you will have to put it in a very positive note and you will have to conclude that. Alright. So, how many of you were able to write all the 3 questions, at least 3 questions in the given time? How many of you have attempted 3 questions? Please raise your hand. See, this entire exercise will be very fruitful only when you start writing. So, we are not expecting a very excellent answer in the very first day, but things will progress. But for that, your participation is very important, and that is why this exercise is there, that is why we are spending it. Just keep writing, it will improve. And I know that many of you might thinking that what will happen to my result and all those things. So, I am sure that that happens with most of the students. So, do not think about that when you are in the class, okay. Just focus on what you are there, and I wish that for all of you the result will be in the positive side. Otherwise also this is not going to be waste, because you have to be in the process, you will have to start writing the answers. Alright, so with that we will move to the next topic. What is the last thing that you have seen? So, we are done with the article thing, the last thing is free speech versus the regulation. Okay, so please write down the next topic, that is the right to life and liberty. If you do not have the handouts, please collect the handouts. Okay, so yesterday in the class we have covered all these themes. So, let me just what are the themes that you have covered, and then I will go to that. So, the first theme that you have covered is the philosophical areas. In the philosophical areas, what are the things we have covered? The philosophical themes, first we have covered the idea of what is transformative constitution. We have covered constitutional and social morality, and through the question now we have covered the preamble also. So, sometimes there are very conventional areas, I will cover it in the form of the questions also. So, preamble, so you can always expect one question from this particular area. It is very much possible from these areas the questions may come. The question may not directly come, but you should be in a position to identify from where the questions are coming. So, philosophical themes are very important. Then if you take off fundamental rights, the fundamental rights, one important theme is the theme of equality. So, in right to equality we have seen 2 themes. What are the themes that you have seen here? One is with the idea of reservation. And what is the second thing that you have seen? Gender equality. How gender equality and gender justice are also done. So, these 2 themes we have covered. We have seen some judgments also. Then we have seen free speech. So, do not think that I have not covered article 15. So, everything is inclusive of this equality concept, and UPSC is not going to pick a question from a particular article. They may pick, but they used to pick from certain areas like article 19. They can ask a conventional question in article 19. They may ask a conventional question in article 21. And article 14 also they can ask a conventional question. Yesterday itself I gave that particular question. What is the thing that we have discussed about article 14? What do you understand by equality before law and equal protection of laws? So, that is a conventional area. They may ask a question from the conventional area also. You should have a proper understanding of what does it mean by equality before law and equal protection of laws. And then when it comes to free speech, we have covered some dimensions. So, first we understood the basics of free speech, and then after we understand the basics of free speech, we have seen specific examples. What are the things that you have covered in the last class? One, we have covered hate speech, sedition, and the new law that you have seen. And we have also covered one more thing, what is digital media regulation. All the 3 topics are very, very important. See, in general, article 19 itself is very important. digital media regulation. So these things were in the newspaper also, so they are also very important. The other way that they can ask you question is, so just think about this particular question that is also there in your notes. I will just quickly discuss that particular question also before I move forward. Come to that digital media regulation, there is a question number 3. I will just read that question, all of you look into that particular question. What do you understand by the concept of freedom of speech and expression? Does it cover hate speech also? Why do films in India stand on a slightly different plane from other forms of speech and expression? Discuss. Just think about it for a moment and just tell me how do you structure this particular question? What should be the content of this particular question? This is a conventional question. What do you understand by the concept of freedom of speech and expression? Does it cover hate speech also? Why do films in India stand on a slightly different plane from other forms of expression? The first part of the question is quite easy. What do you understand by freedom of speech and expression? So try to understand, whenever they ask you explicitly what do you understand by freedom of speech and expression, it requires more than the definition. It is not that just you will write the definition that is sufficient enough. It requires more explanation than the definition, because you will have to briefly tell them what is this entire idea of freedom of speech and expression. So what you do, write more than this, more than the definition. Yes, you can say that if after explaining or after defining what is the freedom of speech and expression, you can say that although this is guaranteed as a right, that this right is not an absolute right. They may be restricted on certain grounds. You do not have to write all the 8 grounds. They may be restricted on certain grounds, and from there you can take the continuity. You can also say this is restricted on certain grounds because there is a need to balance between the individual rights and the welfare of the society, and so there is a restriction with regard to hate speech also. And then from there you link it and you start explaining what is hate speech. So after you explain what is hate speech, then you come to the third part of the question. Why do films in India stand on a slightly different plane from other forms of speech and expression? What is the answer here? Does the films stand on a slightly different plane from other forms of speech and expression? For which you will have to understand that someone who is producing a movie is a way of expressing his right to freedom of speech and expression. Can that expression be regulated? That is the question. And is there a different way of regulation when it comes to movies than the other forms of speech and expression? Say for example, somebody is doing a speech in a public forum, somebody writing a book, somebody publishing a news article, somebody is producing a movie and that movie is to be screened. So all these are forms of speech and expression. But is the screening of a movie, is that differently regulated in India in comparison that of the other forms of speech and expression? That is what the question is asking. So what is the last part of the question? It is asking that why do films in India stand on a slightly different plane from other forms of speech and expression? So do you agree that the films is standing on a different footing, or does it have a completely different regulatory mechanisms in comparison that of other forms of speech and expression? So what is the different regulatory mechanism when it comes to movies? Censor board. See, movie is the only form of expression which is pre-censored. Nothing else goes for pre-censorship. This is the only thing which goes for what is called as pre-censorship. There is a censorship act. I think this year the censorship act has also gone for a change. Although that may not be a very significant development, but the only form of expression that goes for pre-censorship is movies. What do you mean by pre-censorship? Before even it is released for the audience, it has to go through a censorship. And what is the board that we have for that? The Central Board for Film Certification, which is a statutory body established under the Indian Cinematographic Act 1952. So there is an Indian Cinematographic Act which regulates the screening of movies by establishing a body which is called as Central Board for Film Certification. So any movie that will be produced has to go through the screening of this body, and this is a screening body. So they will suggest that these areas are not good, so probably these should be censored. And then they also certify the movies as per who are the eligible viewers, and then the movie can be screened only for the eligible viewers. No other forms of expression goes through these kind of detailed scrutiny. Now, the answer should also be, the reason should also be given why the films are on a different footing in comparison to that of other forms of expression. So, in the first part of this, I will say two part of answer. In the first part, you say that movies are put into pre-censorship, which is not there for other forms of communication or speech and expression. But then you should also give the reason why they are put on a different footing. Why they are on a different footing? Because of the impact that they have. So, for example, somebody writing an article, somebody writing a book, only the literate people can read that, and not all the people who are literate, they may reading the books. But movie has a mass appeal, they have a mass reach, and they can also easily influence. There are a lot of people who wanted to do what their cinema stars tell them. They follow them to their heart. So, they have a lot of appeal in the minds of the people also. So, it is very important what kind of message is being delivered. You can easily deliver a message of hate speech. You can also deliver a good message also. So, it is really important for the state to regulate all those things. One is mass appeal, it is easy, it can have an impact on their attitude, it can have an impact upon their behavior, and because of all these things, the movie has to be pre-censored. That is why it is on a slightly different footing in terms of other forms of speech and expression. Okay. So, if you want to write an answer, you can also write this answer later. So, now we will move to the next part. So, there can also be a conventional type of questions like this. I would say this is a little conventional type. So, these are the four types of questions that can come from article 19. So, now we will move to the next important article, that is article 21 in today's class. Right to life and personal liberty. So, here also they can ask you a very conventional question, but most importantly UPSC is asking a theme based question. Earlier they have asked like article 21 and its impact on environment. So, we are going to see different themes today under article 21. So, these are the themes that I wanted to discuss under this. One is article 21 and its widening impact on right to privacy. Its widening impact on environment. Its widening impact on gender justice. Its widening impact in general on human rights jurisprudence. So, these are the four areas that I wanted to discuss today before we move to the next topic. So, its impact on right to privacy, its impact on expanding the scope of environmental rights, its impact on expanding the scope of gender justice, and what is the role of article 21 in also expanding the human rights jurisprudence in general. So, but before I go to that, let us have a brief idea about article 21 and then I will go there. And before I go to that, I think you are all sure of article 20, article 20 in the constitution. What is this article 20? Article 20 in fact provides three types of protection. Protection in respect of conviction for offences. So, what are the three types of protection given under article 20? One is no ex post facto criminal laws. That means the state can never make a criminal law and it can give a retrospective effect. Neither it can give a retrospective effect nor it can amend the law and retrospectively increase the punishment also. But this is only for criminal offences, not for the civil offences. First is no ex post facto criminal legislation, second is no double jeopardy. That means nobody can be punished twice for the commission of the offence in a single point in time. And then the last thing is no self-incriminating evidence. That means nobody can be forced to give evidence against himself, both in oral or in documentary form. That doesn't mean that he will not cooperate in the investigation. He has to cooperate in the investigation, but he cannot be forced to give evidence against himself. So, what if the police forces him to give evidence against himself. Because of police torture, he is signing some document agreeing that he is the one who has committed the mistake. It is not admissible as an evidence in a court of law. So, these are the set of protection, but I do not see any mains question coming from this area. We will just move to Article 21 of the Constitution. So, if you see the right to life and personal liberty, I would say there are two eras of this right to life and liberty, that is prior to 1978 and post 1978, 1978 and post 1978. So, what is the significance of this 1978? The Manega Gandhi case. It is in the Manega Gandhi case. Okay, you tell me whether this right to life and liberty is absolute right or this is also subject to restriction. First question is, you should know whether it is an absolute right or not. Is it an absolute right? How many of you think it is an absolute right? Please raise your hand. How many of you think no, it is not an absolute right? Please raise your hand. If you think it is an absolute right, then your understanding is wrong. Now, what is this article is saying? No person shall be deprived of his right to life or personal liberty except by an authority of law. That means the article itself is saying by law you can deprive them of their right to life and liberty. If you say this is an absolute right, then how the death punishment is possible? If you say this is an absolute right, how the arrest of an individual is possible? Putting them behind their bars means you are depriving them of their liberty. That means it is not an absolute right. It can be restricted, but it shall be restricted by what? Only by the procedure established by law. So, till 1978 in the Manega Gandhi case, the doctrine that the court was applying is that nobody shall be deprived of their right to life and liberty except by the procedure established by law. To put it in a very simple words, what is this procedure established by law? Procedure established by law means if somebody is deprived of the right to life and liberty and if they go to the court and seek remedy from the court will see whether the procedure established by law has been followed or not. And for the court to be convinced, yes, the procedure established by law is followed, the court will see whether there is a law in the first place and whether the law provides for certain procedure as to how the right to life and liberty is can be deprived and whether the procedure has been followed or not. The judiciary will not look whether the procedure is a just procedure, whether the procedure is a fair procedure, that is beyond the scope of judiciary. What the judiciary will see? Whether there is a law and that law provides for a procedure and that procedure has been properly followed or not. But then the biggest problem with that particular procedure is that the judiciary is not going to look into the justness of the procedure. The fairness of the law is not important. What is important is whether there is a law. So, there can be an arbitrary law in that particular case, an arbitrary procedure, so which will not be seen by the judiciary, which is what later changed by what is called as the Manega Gandhi case. So, Manega Gandhi case said that although it reads to be what is procedure established by law, what should be seen is due process of law. So, henceforth if anybody right to life and liberty is to be deprived, the test that the court will see whether the right is violated properly, whether the right has been taken properly or not, the test that they are going to apply is the due process of law. So, what difference the due process of law is going to make? The due process of law would do all the tests that is already there in the procedure established by law. In addition to that, it is going to see whether the procedure is just, fair and reasonable or not. That means the net effect is, when it comes to procedure established by law and due process of law, while this will provide protection only against arbitrary executive action, this is going to provide protection against both arbitrary executive as well as legislative action. That means the law itself cannot be unfair, the law itself cannot be unjust. Here the law can be unjust, but here it cannot be possible. Here only the executive action is checked. Here both the executive as well as the legislative action is checked. Okay. So, here based on this particular principle, it is a check against both arbitrary executive, I would say arbitrary legislative as well as executive action. It is a check against both arbitrary as well as legislative action. So, henceforth after the Manega Gandhi case, this is the doctrine that we are following. Now, one important thing that was told by the Manega Gandhi case is they have expanded the scope of what is his right to life and also the right to personal liberty. So, before that, right to life was merely seen as a right to have a physical existence. But in the Mehta Gandhi case, they said right to life is not mere physical existence, but right to life includes right to have a dignified life. That means as a part of this right to life, an individual should have all the rights which would help him to have a dignified life. So anything that would affect the dignified life of an individual will go against the right to life and liberty, and which can be deprived, but it has to be deprived only in accordance with the due process of law. So after this particular definition, the right to life has been expanded it has been expanded to cover a number of rights within Article 21 of the Constitution. So today you know a number of rights is implied under Article 21. It is not explicitly mentioned, but who has given that these rights are implied under Article 21? The Supreme Court of India. And based on this, today a lot of impact has happened in all these rights. In fact, you will understand most of these rights were implied to be under Article 21 of the Constitution only after the Mehta Gandhi case, post Mehta Gandhi case. So the first thing that you are going to see is right to privacy. So please come to the topic, that is right to privacy. So is right to life and liberty an absolute right? It is not an absolute right. It can be restricted. How? It can be restricted by due process of law, not the procedure established by law. Okay, so before I go to right to privacy, please read the question that I have given with regard to right to privacy. Can anyone read that particular question? What do you understand by right to privacy? Has the Supreme Court expanded the ambit of right to privacy in the recent past? Cite relevant case laws to justify your answer. So first of all, the question is asking, what do you understand by right to privacy? Has the Supreme Court expanded the ambit of right to privacy over a period of time since it has been recognized by the court? So you should have an understanding of first what is right to privacy. Then the second part of the question is, has the Supreme Court expanded the ambit of right to privacy since it has been brought in? Has what are all covered under this ambit of right to privacy has been expanded? And if you say, if you are agreeing with that, you should also cite the other case laws. Yes, it has expanded the scope of right to privacy. So first of all, what do you understand by right to privacy? Can anyone tell me what is it in your understanding is right to privacy? The state, so or in other words we can put it, the state should not make any unnecessary intrusion in the private sphere of an individual. That is basically his right to privacy. And in fact, this is not a new thing. There are a number of cases even before 2017 where the Supreme Court has categorically said there is nothing which is called as right to privacy. But for the first time, the Supreme Court has recognized as right to privacy in which case? Justice Puttaswamy case in 2017. In 2017, Justice K.S. Puttaswamy, who himself was a retired judge of Karnataka High Court, so he filed a case where the Supreme Court has recognized what is called as right to privacy. So by right to privacy, the Supreme Court said, do you know what is the reason that the court said to held that there is something which is called as right to privacy? I am not going in depth into the case, but whatever is relevant for your examination. Do you know what is the reason why they said that there is something which is called as right to privacy? So that this case was related to Aadhaar, let us not get into the Aadhaar case, but for the purpose of examination, you should understand few basic things. When it said that there is something which is called as right to privacy, it was related to the Mehta Gandhi case again. So right to life means what was held by the Supreme Court in the Mehta Gandhi case? Right to have a dignified life. So the Supreme Court was revolving around this particular idea. If an individual is to have a dignified life, privacy is essential. And without privacy, an individual may not be able to have a dignified life. So for example, there are a lot of personal things for an individual and which is very essential to ensure your dignity. So if the state is unnecessarily making an intrusion in these areas, they will not be able to have a dignified life. So there is something which is called as right to privacy. because privacy is integral to the dignity of an individual. So, that is the crux of this particular judgment. So, it recognized right to privacy, and it also says there are different dimensions of privacy in this particular case. In fact, once this was asked in UPSC, what do you mean by right to privacy and what are the different dimensions of right to privacy? So, can anyone tell me what are the different dimensions of right to privacy? So, the court also said in this particular case there are different dimensions. Say for example, there is something which is called as data privacy. This is one aspect of privacy. What do you mean by data privacy? Which is also called as, there is something which is called as Personal Data Protection Act. Today with Digital Protection Act we have 2023, but they have been trying to introduce this bill right since 2019. So, that is what is called as data privacy. What do you mean by data privacy? That we as an individual have control over our personal data. So, your mobile number, your name, your date of birth, these are all your personal data, and that is part of your right to privacy. That means whatever is your personal data, others cannot use it without your permission. So, we need to have some kind of legal mechanism to protect your personal data, and that is why this Digital Data Protection Act has been brought in. So, first aspect of privacy is data privacy. So, apart from data privacy, is there any other aspect of right to privacy? Right to be forgotten has not been recognized in our country. In some Western countries it has been recognized, but right to be forgotten is still not at a fundamental right here. As a part of your right to privacy, there is something which is called as decisional autonomy, or I would say bodily integrity and decisional autonomy. Bodily and decisional autonomy. What do you mean by decisional or bodily and decisional autonomy, which is also called as bodily integrity and decisional autonomy? This is also part of your right to privacy. What is bodily integrity? That what an individual wanted to do with his body is part of his right to privacy. The state should not or others should not intervene in that. Can you think of an example? Bodily integrity is more related to whether one wanted to bear a child or not to bear a child. It is part of his own body, it is his right to privacy. Say for example, recently the Supreme Court in one of the case, that whether a woman is married or unmarried, even if she is unmarried, she still have the right to bear a child. It is part of her right to privacy, it is part of her bodily integrity. There was an unmarried woman who went for medically terminating the pregnancy, and it was refused. So, then she has to approach the court, and they said whether married or not married, whether to bear a child or not to bear a child is part of what? It is part of bodily integrity, it is part of her fundamental right, it is part of her right to privacy, nobody can deny that. And there is also a lot of other things which is related to decisional autonomy, whether one wanted to marry or not to marry, whom one wanted to marry, these are all part of the individual rights, it is part of right to privacy. And today the right to privacy is ever expanding, and it has a lot of implications in the future. It may have an implications on the restrictions that has been imposed by the states with regard to consumption of alcohol. Now, there are some of the states which has imposed restrictions on the consumption and sale of alcohol. Can you give me an example of such states? Gujarat is there, Goa is there. So, in the future these things may be also stayed. In the future these things can also be challenged in a court of law, because can it be argued that what one consumes and what one drinks should be part of his decisional autonomy, is part of the individual? Does the state has the right to interfere in the consumption of alcohol of an individual? How many of you think that it should not be the case? I am just asking your personal opinion anyways. So, how many of you think that the state has no business in intervening in the personal right of an individual? Because if I feel like drinking, I am sitting in my home and I am drinking and I am not going to disturb anyone, why should the state restrict that? Will it not be part of his decisional autonomy? Will it not part of his own private things? As long as he is not turning out to be a nuisance to the society. If he turns out to be a nuisance to the society, then you act, no problem. But if I am enjoying my drink, my money, my time, my house, So what is your problem? So these are all the things that may be challenged in the future, although this has not been challenged. And if the state is putting some regulations with regard to what one has to eat, what one should not eat, that may also be challenged, because that is how the right to privacy is expanding these days. Okay, so now it is expanding. And the Supreme Court itself said, on the other hand, when they talked about this particular case, that this right to privacy is not an absolute right. Similar to that of the other rights, the right to privacy which is implied under Article 21 is not absolute. That means it can be restricted. It can be restricted by a law. It can be restricted by a law on the grounds of police investigation, on medical grounds, on the grounds of national security. So on all these grounds, these rights may be taken away. So again, it is not an absolute right. And there are two aspects to this right to privacy. One is positive as well as negative aspect. So all these has been part of the Puttaswamy judgment. Now what do you understand by the negative aspect of right to privacy? Can anyone tell me? What do you mean by, when you say that the fundamental rights are negative in nature, what is your understanding when I say fundamental rights are? It is only against the state. When you talk of negative, it restricts the state. Wherever it is against the state, it is against the state. So negatively means that the state should not interfere with the right to privacy. But it also has a positive connotation. That means the state shall also take measures to protect the right to privacy. On the one hand, negatively it prevents the state. On the other hand, it also empowers the state to protect the right to privacy. Say for example, it is a state that came out with the Data Protection Act now, and by that act they are trying to protect the right to privacy. So both the type of actions may be taken by the state. So this is a basic idea that you should have with regard to the right to privacy. So right to privacy in general means it prevents unnecessary intrusion of the state into the private life of an individual. It includes be a marriage of an individual. The state cannot determine who you have to marry. He can marry an intercaste marriage or any type of marriage. It is part of his personal right. What kind of food maybe he has to eat in the future, what he has to drink, they are all may be brought under it. But right now certain things has been explicitly told by the courts as to what are the part of the right to privacy. That is what this particular question is all about. It is asking, what do you understand by right to privacy? Has the Supreme Court expanded the ambit of this right to privacy? Yes, of course it has expanded. So there are few different judgments that I have given. So please come there. So for example, subsequent to this particular case, in 2018 there was a case which is called as Hadia and the Shakti Vahini case. How many of you heard about this case? In fact, once this question was asked in the prelims also. So both the cases have said that is right to choose a life partner is one's personal choice. It is part of their right to privacy under Article 21 of the Constitution. So in that way they have expanded it. Again, decriminalization of homosexuality, that is section 377 was struck down. Do you know what is the reason as to why this section 377 was struck down? What was the crux of this judgment? Why this particular judgment was struck down, decriminalized? Why it was decriminalized? What was the reason? In fact, just before this there was a case, that is the Justice Puttaswamy case. In 2017, right to privacy was declared to be a fundamental right. And right to privacy, they said that right to privacy include different dimensions. Data privacy, it includes bodily integrity, it includes decisional autonomy. So decisional autonomy, it is a personal right of an individual with whom he wanted to have the sex. So what is the business of the state as long as it is a private sex happening in consensus? That should be considered to be part of his right to privacy. If the sexual orientation of the heterosexuals is part of their right, it should also be the same for the others also, be it lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgenders, because that is part of his right to privacy. And that is part of his what? Decisional autonomy. It is for him to decide where and how he wanted to have sex as long as it is in private. So the Supreme Court recognized this, that the sexual orientation of everybody has to be equally protected because it is part of their right to privacy. So on the one hand, you cannot call sexual orientation to be part of the right to privacy, but you discriminate others when it comes to sexual orientation. So thereby they have to strike down the section 377 of IPC because they declared this is part of their right to privacy. Okay, so this is an area where it has expanded. What is the next case? So recently in 2022, the Supreme Court again declared right to bear a child whether married or unmarried. It is part of what? It is part of right to privacy of an women. Okay, so that is also part of their bodily integrity. So here it is part of decisional autonomy. Of an individual, which is again part of their right to privacy. The next judgment that I am given it here is right to bear a child whether married or unmarried is part of their bodily integrity. So it is for the women to decide whether to have it or not to have it. And in the same case, the Supreme Court also said right to medically terminate the pregnancy whether married or unmarried, which is also part of their right to privacy. Okay, so all these things has been declared by the courts as a part of their right to privacy. So try to understand that after this Puttaswamy judgment, the right to privacy has been ever expanding in its scope, and which is likely to expand only. As I already said, it can also touch upon the areas of imposition on ban on the imposition of consumption of alcohol. If ban on consumption of meat is probably imposed in the future, they all may be challenged as a part of the right to privacy. So it is always going to have a very expanded role in the future. Let's come to the next area, that is right to life in expanding the scope of environmental rights. Has it already played a very influential role, Article 21, in expanding the environmental rights? Today, do we have a right to environment, right to a pollution free environment? Is it a fundamental right? How many of you think that you do exercise and we do exercise a right to have a clean environment? Is it our fundamental right? Yes or no? It is our fundamental right. Is it mentioned in the Constitution? It was implied under Article 21 of the Constitution. The Supreme Court has already recognized that right to clean environment, clean air, pollution free water, these are all right implied under Article 21 of the Constitution, which is very essential. Okay. So that has also been extended. This is one judgment, but a number of other judgments have also happened in this particular direction. Can you recall, without looking into the notes, any judgment of the Supreme Court which is related to protecting the environment? So similar question has already been asked in UPSC. They may again ask you with regard to environment. Yes? Ban on crackers is a good example. I think couple of years back the Supreme Court has went for a ban on firecrackers during Diwali. That is again to protect the environment because it can interfere with the right to life. Any other examples? Okay, so if anything is related to environment, you can write. Any other specific case related to environment? Banning, which is done by the National Green Tribunal. Yes, you can in Delhi, not everywhere. In Delhi, they have banned it. Yes, you can write it. Great Indian Bustard, recent case. Although the case name is different. Okay, one more thing. If you are not exactly aware of the case name, you can also use. Say, for example, Shabarimala case is not the name of the case. It is Young Indian Lawyers Association versus Union of India, but we always note it as Shabarimala case. So similarly, in 2024, I think this year there was a case which was filed to protect the Great Indian Bustards. If you know the case name, you can write. Otherwise, you can also refer it as the Great Indian Bustard case for easy thing. So what has been held recently by the Supreme Court in this case? Protection against climate change is a right implied under Article 21 of the Constitution. So everybody has a right to be protected against the consequences of the climate change. Any other major judgments that has been given by the courts? Okay, so all these things, but historically significant cases. So historically significant cases, I have given a few cases. You may have a look into that. See, first case is the MC Mehta versus Union of India case. So there is lot of cases that he has filed. But in the early stages, if you see MC Mehta versus Union of India, that is when they first brought in what is called as polluters pay principle. Although at the stage there was no right to environment was recognized as a fundamental right, but the Supreme Court brought in a principle of what is called as polluters pay principle. What does it mean, polluters pay principle? In fact, this case was related to a industrial disaster. And then the Supreme Court brought in what is called as polluters pay principle. What does it mean by polluters pay principle? There is an absolute liability upon the polluter to pay to clean the environment. So who has to take? Not the CSR. CSR is more or voluntary. There is a legal obligation, but there is a limit to what is CSR. I think 2% of their profit or something is spent as CSR, if I am not wrong. But here it is not a voluntary thing, it is compulsory. A polluter will have an absolute responsibility to clean the environment and to take care of the damages. This is also called as a helium gas leakage case. Okay, so this is particular case. And then there is a subsequent case which is the Subhash Kumar case in 1991. Okay, I will also use the board, I will also use the PPT if you want. I think all of you have the handout. Okay, so in the subsequent case, that is in the Subhash Kumar case in 1991, in this case the Supreme Court recognized that right to environment should be a fundamental right. Right to clean environment should be a fundamental right implied under Article 21 of the Constitution. So this is a case that you may quote in case of environment. And then how many of you heard about this Murali's Diora case? It is not implemented properly in our country, but do you know that there is a restriction on smoking in public? How many of you are aware of this? And how many of you follow this? How many of you follow this properly, even if the law is not implemented properly? So there is a ban on smoking in public place. How many of you worked in companies, big corporates? Anybody has working experience in a company before coming here? Okay. Is there a smoking zone in your office? Have you seen that? That is now has to be followed because the Supreme Court guidelines said that smoking in public is not allowed. Unfortunately, it is not followed, but because smoking has an impact upon the others as well. So one is it can have an impact on the environment, and apart from that it can have an impact upon the others who are not smoking. In fact, some of the research suggests that who is more vulnerable, active smokers or passive smokers? The passive smokers have a lot of vulnerability. So it is also part that you can mention it in this particular case. We do not have a law, but the Supreme Court judgment is there. The law, I think the state has not brought in explicitly, but the Supreme Court itself has given guidelines. Any officer can enforce that. Any police officer or any government officer for that particular matter, they can enforce it. But if you ask me any explicit law is there, I don't see an explicit law has been brought under any criminal laws. And then apart from that, you see that there was one case, this Great Indian Busted case in 2024, where they said that every individual shall have the right against the effect of the climate change. In fact, the Supreme Court said that if the individual is not protected against the adverse effect of the climate change, one is it is having an impact on his right to clean environment. Article 21 is being violated, that is true. But the Supreme Court said that it will also have an impact upon his Article 14, that is right to equality. So can anyone tell me how it will have an impact upon right to equality? The adverse effects of climate change is not only a violation of Article 21, but it may also have an impact upon the equality, right to equality. Very good. So not everybody's capacity to deal with climate change is not the same. So for example, a person who is poor, so we are sitting in the AC hall, but what about a person who is poor? As the climate change is there, the temperature is increasing, someone who cannot afford to AC, will his quality of life be compromised? Somebody may lose a shelter if the sea level rises. Somebody may lose a forest, the tribal people, because of the climate change, increasing temperature and the changing climate pattern. So it can adversely affect the people, and people who have got the resources, they will be able to cope up, but not the people who are not having the resources. The climate change is, the Supreme Court said that the adverse effect of the climate change has to be controlled. If not, it is a violation of both right under Article 21 as well as Article 14. So you can use it under the topic of equality also. And then there is one more case that I have given is the Tirupur dyeing factory owners case 2010. The obligation of the state to provide clean drinking water. So whose obligation is to provide clean drinking water? It is the obligation of the state. In fact, this was related to the pollution of river waters, and thereby it was affecting the drinking water of the people. So ultimately it is whose obligation to provide clean drinking water? It is a state, because right to clean environment is a fundamental right. Okay. So these are all some of the significant cases. Along with this, you can use a ban on firecrackers also, NGT ban that you are telling with regard to diesel vehicles. These are also some significant examples that you can add. Okay. So please look into that particular question. This was an UPSC question. Just read that particular question that I have given. The most significant achievement of modern law in India is constitutionalization of environmental problems by the Supreme Court. Discuss the statement with help of relevant case laws. The most significant achievement of modern law in India is constitutionalization of environmental problems. What do you mean by constitutionalization of environmental problems? That is the key word, that the Supreme Court has constitutionalized the environmental problems. So what do you mean by constitutionalization? Making it a fundamental right, that is what is important. The Supreme Court has made it as a fundamental right. So your entire argument has to revolve that the right to clean environment is a fundamental right under Article 21. Thereby it has given it a constitutional, I would say that it has been made it a constitutional right. More importantly, not just a constitutional right, but a fundamental right. And thereby, because it has been made a fundamental right under Article 21, it has become so important, and there are a number of other cases also. You can give examples here. Okay, the crux of the entire question is revolving around that. You can start talking about Article 21, because you will have to locate what it is related to. You can start with Article 21 provides for right to life and liberty, which has been ever expanded, or which has been ever expanding today, expanded by the Supreme Court. And one of the important expansions of this right to life and liberty is recognizing the right to life, recognizing the right to clean environment as an fundamental right under Article 21. And then you can subsequently discuss the number of cases. Okay. So first you will have to identify where this particular question, and from there you can start it. So come to the next topic, that is right to life and expanding gender equality and justice. Has the right to life played an important role in expanding the gender equality? How many of you think yes, it has played a significant role in ensuring gender equality and gender justice? Nobody can deny the fact. So can you give me an example of that? Hadia? Hadia case is not gender specific. So you will have to take those cases which are gender specific. Nalsa again is not specific to women, because I think it is, I have given gender, okay, gender is, gender you can include Nalsa, okay. But in general we mean, when I say gender justice, specifically related to women, okay. Medical termination of pregnancy, whether married or unmarried is one instance. What are the other cases? Shabarimala case, Vishaka case, very good. That is again adultery case. Section 497 is adultery case. What is the name of that case? Joseph Shine case. So try to remember the case name. If not, you can mention the adultery case also. It's okay. What are the other significant cases? What is the significance of Shah Banu case? Does it provide for gender justice? Which anyways I will again discuss, because you will need to have 4 or 5 different dimensions. One is related to personal laws, one related to sexual harassment, one related to bodily integrity, one related to this adultery, one related to untouchability, and the other rights under Article 21, which is the Shabarimala case. What is the Shah Banu case? How it is related to gender justice? Shah Banu case is also a very important case when we talk of gender justice and gender equality, because one of the positive aspects of demanding or asking for an uniform civil code, which I will also discuss as I move forward, one of the important dimensions or the positive points with regard to uniform civil code is the protagonist who support the idea of uniform civil code. He also says that the uniform civil code can ensure gender justice and gender equality. So, how many of you agree with this point? That is, it can go a long way in ensuring gender justice and gender uniformity or gender equality, and that is what this Shah Banu case is all related to. So, how many of you know about the Shah Banu case, which is basically related to wherein the Supreme Court recommended to have an uniform civil code. The Supreme Court directed, rather I would say it is not the binding aspect, but the Supreme Court said if possible bring in a uniform civil code. And bringing in a uniform civil code can go a long way in ensuring the gender justice and equality for women in different religious community. That is the idea. I will discuss about this particular case, but does anyone know what is the crux of this particular judgment? Why the Supreme Court has to say this in Shah Banu case? Because Shah Banu was married as per their Muslim personal laws. And if you look into the Muslim personal law, which is also the Shariat law, which does not give the right to the women to seek what is called as alimony or a right to seek maintenance after divorce, which is provided in certain other religious laws like the Hindu Marriage Act or the other acts, but which is not there in the Muslim personal laws. And Shah Banu, after she was divorced, she was not able to get alimony from the husband, and that too after 40-45 years into marriage, she was not getting the maintenance which the law does not recognize. But somehow the Supreme Court has taken another route to give her some maintenance, but they were not able to do it under the Muslim personal law. So, they recommended that if there is a possibility, try to bring in an uniform civil code. So, definitely one positive aspect, I am not supporting per se, but one positive aspect is yes, it can bring in gender justice. So, in this way you try to see all the other cases that I have given here. Joseph Shine case, see, you need to have an explanation for one or two cases also, because they can specifically ask you to explain with certain relevant case laws. There you will have to explain it a little. In other areas the example is sufficient. Take the example of Joseph Shine case. Now, in this particular case the Supreme Court decriminalized adultery. So, how would decriminalization of adultery would go a long way in ensuring gender justice, in ensuring gender equality or justice? Okay. So, you can also relate that to her privacy rights and all those things. The major idea in this case is that women is not to be considered to be a property of man, because if you look into this adultery provision when it was there, section 497, with the permission of the husband, a third person can have sex with a woman, and in that case if the husband permits, then that is not a punishable offence. But without the permission of the husband, if somebody has sexual intercourse outside marriage, then that is a punishable offence. So, the law itself was making women to be an object or to be a property in the hands of the man, which means the court said it is not ensuring the equality between them, it is not ensuring the dignity of women, which is a classic violation of article 21. So, thereby they wanted to strike down this particular law. But today adultery is still an offence, but it is not a criminal offence, it is still continuing to be a civil offence based on which they can seek divorce, but it is not a criminal offence. And what about Sabrimala case in 2018? Again, you know that the crux of this particular judgment is the crux you can hear with how you can relate that to article 21 and gender justice is that under article 21 of the constitution, it is part of our liberty, they are part of their personal liberty as to what they wanted to do, and by not allowing them to enter into the temple, you are restricting their right to life or personal liberty. And then Vishaka case, do you think that a woman who is suffering a lot of sexual harassment at a workplace, do you think that it is a dignified life? It would lead them to have a dignified life? So, that is what the Supreme Court said, that right against sexual harassment is a fundamental right. And in the Vishaka case, the Supreme Court has given a lot of guidelines also as to how this sexual harassment has to be dealt in the workplaces. And anybody who has worked in any corporates or any company public or private sector. Now, as per the guidelines, it is mandatory that before you onboard, before you complete your probation, that you should be given a training on what is called as sexual harassment. Were you aware that you have got that particular training? It can be an online course or an offline course or anything. Mostly it is an online course. So, you will have to take that course and to understand as to what amount to sexual harassment and all those things. So, it is a guideline that is given by the Supreme Court, which is also recognized under the Sexual Harassment Act today. And then you see the next thing, bodily and decisional autonomy. So, that I have told that right to bear a child, whether married or unmarried, to terminate the child. So, these are all the right of a woman. Okay. So, today, and then the Shah Banu case, which we have discussed, Uniform Civil Code. So, you can have at least 2-3 of these cases in order to deal with such questions. What is the present status of alimony? They do not have that right. They do not have that right because the Shariat Act or the Muslim Personal Law shall continue to exist. That is not possible. In fact, after this particular judgment, the Supreme Court has recommended to bring in a Uniform Civil Code, but which has not been implemented. So, that is why Uniform Civil Code, it has its own disadvantages, but there are certain areas where you can bring out the positives of having a Uniform Civil Code. But the biggest problem of Uniform Civil Code is, are they practically implementable? That is the biggest question. Anyways, I will discuss that in detail when I take up the topic of Uniform Civil Code. Come to the next aspect. This is again a very important thing. I would say this time they can ask you such questions also. Article 21 in expansion of various human rights jurisprudence. What do you mean by various human rights jurisprudence? Or in other words, how Article 21 has led to expand the various rights of the human beings. First of all, to understand this particular topic, you should have an understanding of what is human rights jurisprudence or what is human rights. What do you think to be human rights? How do you define human rights? Who said that? The rights one should exercise and enjoy just by virtue of being a human, or we can say these are the rights which are inalienable to a human being. It is not specifically defined under the constitution, but these are all the rights as a human being. Just because one is born as a human being, they are supposed to exercise and enjoy. Such rights are what is called as human rights. Does the Constitution of India define anything as a human right? Do you have any other reference to these human rights? The Universal Declaration of Human Rights that provides for an elaborate right as to what is human rights. Or in general, if you look into the political scientists, initially they consider this right to life, right to property and right to liberty. These are all part of human rights. But today we do not have anything which is explicitly mentioned, but these are all considered to be the most important rights, which is must for any human being. And that is why, although these things are not explicitly mentioned, and jurisprudence means it is a body of law. So, when I say human rights jurisprudence means these are all laws related to human rights or ideas of human rights. Now, how Article 21 has led to expansion of human rights jurisprudence? That means the question is trying to understand how the Supreme Court has expanded the ambit of Article 21. Not in any specific area, but in general, what are the rights it thought it is necessary for any human being. So, over a period of time, has the Supreme Court expanded the ambit of Article 21, be it in the area of environmental rights, be it in the area of, let us assume, privacy, be it in the area of sexual harassment against women. So, these are all it considered, these are all most important rights for a human being. As a human being, they should exercise and enjoy, and that is why it kept on expanding these things. Okay, I have given you some examples here. How many of you know about this pavement dwellers case? So, in this case, the Supreme Court recognized right to livelihood to be a fundamental right of an individual, because without livelihood, will he be able to have a dignified life? So, it recognized that right to livelihood to be a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution. It is not explicitly mentioned in the Constitution, but the Supreme Court said that as a human being, everyone should have the right to secure his own livelihood. Now, does anyone know what is this pavement dwellers case? Or where it was related to, which part of the country? It was in Mumbai Municipal Corporation. In Mumbai, the municipal authorities were trying to evacuate the pavement dwellers, and there they were having their shops and other means of livelihood which they were trying to evacuate, which they were right under the law because they were obstructing the traffic and all those things. But the Supreme Court said that you should take a lenient view because it would deprive them of their right to livelihood. Okay, so they recognized it to be right to livelihood. Aruna Ramachandra Shanba case, how many of you are aware of this case? Which is related to what? Euthanasia. I think most of you might be aware of this. Euthanasia, and what was declared by the court in this case? In fact, they recognized right to live with dignity also includes right to die with dignity, and the Supreme Court recognized and gave approval to what is called as passive euthanasia, because they thought that this is also part of the human rights, because somebody leading a life and who is in a permanent state of coma for a long period of time, it is not a dignified life, and for such people in such conditions they should be allowed to die with dignity, which is part of the human rights. And what is this euthanasia? They can ask you a separate question on euthanasia also, but I see UPSC might focus on a broader areas like human rights. Can anyone tell me what is this euthanasia? That's an example. Medical termination of life. So if a doctor is medically terminating a life of a patient, that will be called as euthanasia. Okay, so there is a healthy patient who might recover in 10 days, the doctor is removing the support system and medically terminating his life. Will that be called as an euthanasia? A healthy patient who is giving consent and the doctor is medically removing the life support, will that be considered euthanasia? Yes? The idea is someone who is in a permanent vegetative state. So medically terminating the patient who is in a permanent vegetative state, or who is in a state of coma, or who is brain dead. It's not about a healthy patient. A healthy patient, the court does not allow for what is called as passive euthanasia. So what we recognize today as euthanasia is medically terminating the life of a patient who is in a permanent vegetative state, or who is in a state of coma, or who is in a state of brain dead. So medically terminating the life of these patients is what is called as euthanasia. And what is recognized by the courts today is what is passive euthanasia. So passive euthanasia is recognized and not active euthanasia. So can anyone tell me what is the difference between these two things? In case if there is a separate question on euthanasia, you might need this knowledge. So only the procedural difference is there, nothing more than that. The ultimate end is the same, but there is a procedural difference. So passive means that the doctor remains passive to the needs of the patient. Suppose if the life support system is over, they fail to replace that. So and thereby the patient dies. That's passive euthanasia. But what is active euthanasia? Active means actively something is administered to end the life of the patient. Say for example, giving a lethal injection or a poisonous injection. But the court has not recognized what is called as active euthanasia. The court recognizes only passive euthanasia. But in case of passive euthanasia, they said that yes, they can do it because right to die with dignity is a part of their fundamental right, which has been recognized in the Aruna Ramachandra Shanba case. Kartar Singh case, so you can say that they said right to speedy trial is a fundamental right. Because if a person is undergoing trial and the trial is not completed for a long period of time, he has to go through a mental agony, and hence right to speedy trial is a fundamental right. D.K. Basu case, very important, right against inhuman treatment during police custody, and most importantly for such things compensation should also be given by the courts. This is what they held. Vishaka case, you know, that right against the sexual harassment in workplace, and just now we have discussed the Puttaswamy case also. So you see that I have selectively chosen cases of different directions. One is right to livelihood, one is right to die with dignity, one is right to speedy trial, against police torture, sexual harassment, right to privacy. So if there is a question on, let us assume, general human rights jurisprudence and Article 21, try to give from different dimensions. Do not write all the examples from, say, let us assume environmental laws. Do not write all the things related to gender one. So it can be from different dimensions, because human rights means it's very vast. any right that one is supposed to exercise as a human being, the most important rights. So, different dimensions can fetch you better rights. So, jurisprudence means it is a body of law, it is a theory of law. Jurisprudence means it is theory about law. So, here when you talk of human rights jurisprudence, it is basically, it is talking about those rights or a body of rights which are very important for human beings. So, it is trying to discuss about those things. So, with this I am thinking we are almost done with article 21 of the constitution. So, these are the important things that may come under article 21. And look into this particular question. Article 21 of the constitution is a source of various human rights jurisprudence. Elaborate. That means the question is trying to assess your understanding how article 21 has been the source for development of various rights related to human beings, or the most inviolable rights related to human beings. Okay. Come to the next topic, that is religious rights in India. So, before I go to the religious rights, I will just also briefly discuss about article 22, because yesterday someone was asking me about the conventional areas also. But conventional areas UPSC very hardly ask you, especially from this area. But if you go to a topic like say parliament or executive, there can be conventional topics like ordinance, parliamentary committees. But especially in this area, not much of conventional questions, only these type of questions are asked. But anyways, before I move forward, I will also discuss about article 22 of the constitution. Can anyone tell me what is this article 22 of the constitution? It gives protection both in case of punitive as well as preventive detention. So, what is this difference between punitive and preventive detention? The protection is different. The protection available in case of punitive detention is little different than the protection that is available in case of preventive detention. So, first of all, you tell me what is punitive detention. Who can tell me what is punitive detention? Punitive detention means after committing crime. It is not after committing crime, it is after trial. That is detention after the trial. So, after committing crime, maybe you are arrested, but detention means that after the trial only it can happen. After the trial means after the trial you are punished by a court of law. That is basically what is punitive detention. But before that trial and the punishment is given, you may be arrested. At the time of arrest itself, you are guaranteed some rights. What are the rights that are guaranteed at the time of arrest? Right to be informed of the grounds of arrest, and then right to inform a legal, right to have a legal counsel of your choice, and then right to produce before the nearest magistrate within 24 hours. These are your fundamental right, but there is an exception to that. What is the exception? This is not available in case of preventive detention, and also it is not available to an enemy alien. While it is available to an alien, it is not available to an enemy alien. In case if there is a conventional question, try to remember this. And then what are the rights in case of preventive detention? But before that, what is a preventive detention? What is a preventive detention? Exactly opposite that of the punitive detention. This is detention without trial. The trial cannot happen in the first place, or I can say that this is detention which is preventive in nature or precautionary in nature, because in this case the individual has not committed the offence in the first place, but rather it is on the suspicion, or it is more on a precautionary basis that the individual is arrested even before he commits the offence. That is what is called as the preventive detention. So, in preventive detention also there are certain safeguards. So, normally an individual should be informed. Normally he should be informed as soon as possible after the detention, but there are exceptions to that. In the interest of the general public or in the interest of the security of the state, this may be denied, but otherwise normally he should be informed. And if he is informed and if he is detained as a preventive detention, how long he can be kept in detention? He can be kept in detention for a period of 3 months, but can it be increased beyond that? It can be increased with the permission of the advisory board. But even if the advisory board gives a permission, it can be still extended how long? It can be extended how long? As long as the law permits. It cannot be more than what the law permits, because the preventive detention in our country can happen only by a way of a law. There can be no preventive detention without a law. Can you name some of the preventive detention laws in our country? POTA has been repealed. POTA is no, see, you are confusing with most of the criminal laws. There are a lot of preventive detention laws. I would say today we have National Security Act as a preventive detention law, and then I would say that some of the state governments, like state of Jammu and Kashmir earlier, the state of Jammu and Kashmir, they had the Public Safety Act. So these are all the preventive detention laws. I wouldn't say UAPA. I think there's a lot of confusion. People think that UAPA is a preventive detention act. UAPA does not allow you to arrest before the commission of the offence. Rather, Unlawful Prevention Act is only to arrest you after the commission of the act. So you see those acts which allow, is there provision in that particular act to arrest an individual even before the commission of the offence. The primary law that we use is the National Security Act, which is passed in 1980. That's a preventive detention act. There are other laws also, but you don't confuse with the criminal laws. And suppose if an individual is arrested and he can be kept in detention for how long? 3 months. And can the detention be extended beyond 3 months? How long it can be extended? As long as the law permits, but definitely not beyond the term for which the law permits. So for example, the National Security Act allows the detention for how long? 1 year. Very good, 12 months. So even if the advisory boards gives extension, it cannot be extended beyond a period of 1 year. After 1 year, the individual has to be released. Okay. So these are all some of the things you may keep in your mind, and also you can work out the pros and cons of this preventive detention laws in our country. There is a lot of criticism to this preventive detention laws. The criticism is being violative of the fundamental rights. The criticism is that it can be misused by the state, but it has its own advantages also. If I talk of the advantages, say for example, there is a legitimate interest for the state to protect the national security and all those things. So you can just work on this. If at all a conventional question is coming, maybe the analysis of the Preventive Detention Act and its provisions. Now come to the next topic, that is the religious rights. This can be a mains question. So when I talk of religious rights, two important articles has to be there. One is Article 25 and Article 26. How is Article 25 and Article 26 a little different from one another? And what is common in both the cases? While Article 25 is for the individuals, where Article 26 for a religious denomination. The individuals can exercise certain fundamental rights. They have the right to profess, propagate and practice the religion of their choice, which is for the individuals. But again, it is not an absolute right. It can be reasonably restricted by the states on the grounds of what? On the grounds of public order, health, morality, and also on the grounds of violation of the other fundamental rights. And when you come to Article 26, Article 26 is not the right of the individuals, but for a religious denomination. But then what is religious denomination is nowhere defined by the constitution. The courts has given an explanation as to what is a religious denomination. So religious denomination means certain conditions has to be satisfied. First of all, it should have a sect of people who believe in a common faith, who have a common belief, and then they should have an institution, and they should have a distinct name for that institution, and then they become a religious denomination. Say for example, Anand Marga is a religious denomination which is very popular in, I think, Calcutta, in states of West Bengal. So within a particular religion there can be number of religious denominations, because within a particular religion people can have different faith. If you take Christianity, there can be different faith. If you take Muslim religion, there can be different faith people belong to, and similarly so in the Hindu religion people can have different faith. So within a religion itself there can be number of religious denomination, but provided if there is a religious denomination, they can have certain fundamental right under Article 26. What? These religious denominations can carry out religious and other charitable activities without unnecessary interference from the state. They can carry out religious activities, they can carry out charitable activities like providing education, shelter, food. So these are all charitable activities. They can own movable and immovable property, but without unnecessary restriction from the state. Means it is not an absolute right. Again, it is subject to reasonable restrictions on the grounds of what? Public order, health and morality. That means while Article 25 and Article 26 is little different in terms of who may exercise the right, but both are common in the sense in both the cases there is a state intervention. the state can intervene on the grounds of public order, health and morality. Now, this is where it is very important. So, if you see under the Constitution of India, on the one hand there are religious rights, on the other hand it also allows for what? State intervention. So, what is the ground on which the state can intervene? It can intervene on the grounds of public order, health, morality, and Article 25 also says on the grounds of violation of other fundamental rights. Say for example, I will tell you, in the name of religious rights, if there is a loudspeaker which is there in a religious institution and that loudspeaker is disturbing others in the society, can the state intervene in that? Is it legitimate for the state to intervene in that? Can they claim it is part of their religious rights? Yes, it is your religious rights, but it can be still restricted on the grounds of public order. If too much of loudspeaker, it create disturbance to others and then it is affecting the public order. So, there can be violence that may be created out of it. So, the state can intervene, it is a legitimate interest of the state to do all those things. But then the question is, on the one hand we are saying that there are religious rights, on the other hand the state can intervene, and in legitimate reasons the state can intervene, but religion is a very sensitive matter. Too much intervention can also become problematic. So, somewhere or the other you will have to draw a line. While the state can intervene, to what extent the state can intervene without hurting the religious sentiments of the people or the religious institution. And that is where, to answer this particular question, the Supreme Court of India has innovated a doctrine what is called as doctrine of essentiality. How many of you heard about this doctrine? Doctrine of essentiality. So, this is a mains relevant topic. Okay. So, look into that particular notes, doctrine of essentiality. So, who can tell me what do you understand by this doctrine of essentiality? Very good. That means the Supreme Court is of the opinion, if you take any religion for that particular matter, there are certain religious practices or there are certain tenets within the religion which are very crucial, without which the practice of the religion is not possible. The religion itself cannot exist. But if you take any religion, there will be essential practices, there will be non-essential practices. And essential practices are those things which are very essential for the continuation of that particular religion or the survival of that particular religion. But non-essential practices are not important. So, that means whenever the state has to intervene, the state can intervene in the non-essential practices, but not in the essential practices. That is what is the idea of doctrine of essentiality. But ultimately, who is the authority to decide as to what is essential and what is non-essential? It is for the court. That is a criticism of this doctrine, that what is the, I would say as per the critics, that what is the knowledge in the courts for the courts to decide what is essential and what is not essential? Is it within the realm or is it within the domain of the courts to decide that? That is a criticism of that, but otherwise this is the doctrine. Now, if you see that this doctrine of essentiality was brought in by the Supreme Court way back in 1954 in a case which is called as Shirur Mutt case. They brought in this idea of doctrine of essentiality. So, the idea is wherever it is an essential practice, let the court shall not intervene, but if it is not an essential practice, the state shall intervene. Now, this doctrine has been applied in number of cases in the recent past. Can you give me some examples where the state was trying to intervene and try to bring in some social reforms, and then before that the doctrine of essentiality was applied, and even the court was willing to say if you can prove it as an essentially religious practice, will not intervene. So, recently number of cases the court has invoked this particular doctrine. Very good. In Sabarimala case, when they argued that women in this particular age group should be allowed to enter, it was argued that it is an essential religious practice, and then the court asked, okay, you prove that it is an essential religious practice. Then they tried to prove it, but ultimately the court is not convinced. That means if the court is convinced, it is convinced. If the court is not convinced, it is not convinced. How to prove it in front of the court, and what is the methodology that is to be followed to prove it in front of the court? So, there are a lot of criticism. The court said in Sabarimala case, it is not an essential religious practice. Recently, there was a hijab case, Karnataka High Court, and then gone to the Supreme Court. So, what happened in the hijab case? The hijab case also, the High Court asked, okay, prove it is an essentially religious practice, that wearing scarf, head scarf is an essentially religious practice. Then the court asked that we do not see this uniformity. In certain places women are wearing, certain places women are not wearing. The same woman is wearing in some place, she is not wearing in other place. So, we do not see this as an essentially religious practice. So, the state can intervene. How many of you heard about the practice of Santara or Sallekana? What is this particular practice? Starvation to death, especially the people who are old, who feel that they have completed all their humanly tasks, and they feel that this is a way of attaining moksha in Jain religion. So, they take fasting until death, and that is a practice of Santara or Sallekana. In fact, this practice was struck down by the Rajasthan High Court. They said that it has a serious implication to right to health under Article 21 of the Constitution, or the right to life of an individual under Article 21 of the Constitution. So, you see that any religious practice, it can be restricted by the state on grounds of what? On the grounds of public order, health, morality, or on the grounds of violation of other fundamental rights. So, the Rajasthan High Court banned it, and then subsequently they have gone to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court lifted the stay, and although the matter has not been decided, the Supreme Court lifted the stay. Maybe it may be decided it is an essentially religious practice, because it is a very core aspect of the Jain community. And there was a practice which is called as Tandava dance. Has anyone heard of this Tandava dance? Which is practiced by the Anand Marga religious denomination. What is this Tandava dance? This Tandava dance is usually performed with skulls, bones, and other weapons like Trishul. So, some weapons are used during this particular practice, which is also held. It is a dance which is performed by Lord Shiva. So, this Tandava dance was once to be performed by this Anand Marga in the streets of, I think, Kolkata, as a part of some festival, and then the state government, the local government has imposed a ban on this particular dance, and then subsequently they have gone to the court. The court said, okay, because of the use of so and so weapons and all those things, it is really dangerous to do that in public, but we will still allow you if you can prove that it is an essentially religious practice. But ultimately the court was not convinced it is an essential religious practice. So, the idea is, the Supreme Court came out with this particular doctrine saying that every religion will have certain essential practice and non-essential practice, and where the state may not intervene if it is an essential religious practice, but on the other practices the state shall intervene. So, this is the idea. So, in order to maintain that particular buffer between the essential and the non-essential practices, and to what extent the state can intervene, that is the idea. But this particular doctrine has its own disadvantages today. So, what do you see as the disadvantages of this doctrine? What are the arguments against this? So, this is the area where they can ask you questions. So, see what are the arguments in its favor and what are the arguments against. If you see the arguments against this particular doctrine, now who is authority to decide this? The courts. Now, the courts does not follow any scientific mechanism. So, how do you apply scientific mechanism? There is no specific methodology as to how they decide. So, there is no unique methodology. If you take the Sabrimala case, in the Sabrimala case, the court has primarily looked upon the religious text and the testimony given by the religious experts. So, how the courts will come to a conclusion? They will call upon the religious experts to give testimony. So, based on the testimony they decided, and they decided it is not an essential religious practice. In hijab case, they relied upon the empirical evidences. Empirical evidence means the behavioral pattern of the people. So, there is no unique methodology as to how they decide as to what is an essential and non-essential practice. And then the other criticism is the judges lack experience. Do you think that the judges have experience? Rather than the experience, expertise. They may not have the expertise, they may be legal experts, but not religious experts. That is a criticism. And some people also criticize that it is against the religious rights and the social norms. So, that is again a criticism. And then it is going against the religious right which is guaranteed under Article 25. But then that criticism may not be true, because the religious rights are not absolute rights, it can be reasonably restricted. But what can be the arguments in favor of the doctrine? The arguments in favor of the doctrine is definitely the rights can be regulated. because the right to freedom of religion is not an absolute right, it can be regulated. And you can also take into the argument in favor of constitutional morality. That is why I say that if at all a question comes only in constitutional morality, it is not that you will use that, you will use it wherever possible when you are writing an answer. Now, how do you relate this to the idea of constitutional morality? Can anyone tell me? Very good. So, because the simple thing that is given in the constitution is any religious practice violating of fundamental rights, the state can intervene. So, that is the idea of constitutional morality. Okay, so it goes with constitutional morality. The state has a legitimate interest in balancing between the rights, religious rights, and the and the state intervention. They have a legitimate right to intervene to protect the rights of the people. And then the most important thing is it can also lead to what is called as idea of transformative constitution. How it is related to the idea of transformative constitution? Say for example, in the name of religion, if the childs are getting married, is the state have to protect those things and transform the life of those people? In the name of religion, if there is violation of the fundamental rights, there is no gender justice, let us assume, is there a legitimate right for the state to intervene and to transform their lives? It is also related to the idea of transformative constitution. But then yes, the criticism is true, whether the judges, do they have an expertise to decide that? Do they have a specific methodology in deciding all these things? Or will it be done according to the whims and fancies of the judges? That is a real question. And that is why this question has been now referred to a larger bench. Now, the idea of this doctrine of essentiality and who is supposed to decide that is referred to a 9-judge bench which is pending in the Supreme Court. But the matter is right now sub judice. But till the time, this is likely to continue, the doctrine of essentiality. Okay. So, just have a look into the question that I have given there. What do you understand by doctrine of essentiality? Analyze the pros and cons of the doctrine, just to have an idea about this particular doctrine. All right. So, with that I see that most of the things related to your fundamental rights are almost done. And if you see that, then you have what is called as a minority rights, Article 29 and Article 30. And then after that you have your right to constitutional remedies. So, right to property is no longer a fundamental right. So, only these two things are there, but I do not see any question, and even if a question comes, it would be a conventional question. What about right to minorities? Can anyone tell me what do you know about right to minorities? What is the rights that is exercised by the minorities? While one thing that you have to remember, what is the difference between Article 29 and Article 30? Can anyone tell me? (29) is for religious minorities. Okay. It is only Article 30 which is both for linguistic as well as religious minorities. In fact, Article 29 is for any section of citizens. The Supreme Court has clarified that. Try to remember that. Article 29 is not only for the minorities, it is for any section of citizens having a distinct language, script or culture. And anybody can exercise the rights, and anybody who is falling under this distinct language, script or culture, they have the right to conserve the same. And what is the means by which they can conserve? What is the means by which they can conserve? There is no specific means which is mentioned in the constitution. It can be by any means. That is what is Article 29. So, Article 29, any section of citizens having distinct language, script or culture, they have the right to conserve the same by any means. On the contrary, what is Article 30? Article 30 is only for the minorities, only for the minorities, religious and linguistic minorities. And what is the right that is guaranteed for these religious and linguistic minorities? They can establish and they can administer educational institutions. So, the only right is they can establish and they can administer educational institution. But when they establish and administer such an educational institution, they have certain special privileges, these educational institutions. They can reserve 50% of the seats belonging to their own community. They have a lot of internal autonomy in managing the educational institutions. They can decide the recruitment process of the teachers, they can decide the admission process. So they have the right to administer. The only thing that the court has said is the right to administer does not give them the right to maladminister, but otherwise they will have a lot of internal autonomy. Okay, so that is the right under Article 30. And I know you all aware of Article 32, different constitutional remedies are given. So just know what these remedies are before going to the examination. Do not write it in a different manner. So do not make mistake in those things. Otherwise, I am very sure that fundamental rights we have tried to cover in different topics. Maybe if there is any conventional questions, say under Article 21, Article 19, you should be in a position to approach that also. Okay. So with that, almost our fundamental rights are done. But the first topic also includes significant provisions, not necessarily the fundamental rights. So I also put one topic on citizenship, although it's a very old thing, the Citizenship Amendment Act 2019. I'll quickly run through that, another 10-15 minutes. The Citizenship Amendment Act 2019 is a very old law, but in 2024 something has recently happened. What has happened? As a development of the Citizenship Amendment Act, the rules has been formulated, and that's why it may again be relevant for your examination. So just quickly go through the notes. I think most of you might be aware of the provisions of the Citizenship Act. I'll just take a couple of minutes. So what are the major provisions of the Citizenship Amendment Act 2019? Why this act has been so controversial? How many of you are aware of the Citizenship Amendment Act 2019? Please raise your hand. All of you in this class has given the prelims? All of you? Is there anyone who has not given the prelims? I mean, if not this year, at least you have given the prelims. All of you? Okay. If you see the Citizenship Amendment Act 2019, it says that even if they are illegal migrants belonging to 3 countries, which is Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, will they be able to become an Indian citizen? Yes, provided they have entered into India before 31st December, and if they belong to these 6 religions, that is Hindu, Sikhs, Buddhist, Christians, Parsis and Jains. If they belong to any of these 6 communities, and if they have entered into India from these 3 countries before 31st December 2014. This is what the law says. But you cannot implement this law as it is. To implement any law, you need to have rules, which is also called as a subordinate legislation. Now recently in 2024, after 5 years the law has been enacted, the government of India has came out with the rules. Now I'll ask you a question. This particular provision is saying that people coming from 3 countries, even if they are illegal migrants, from Pakistan, Afghanistan and Bangladesh, this is what the law says. But before granting them the certificate, how do we ensure, okay, they have come from only these 3 countries? What prevents someone who has come from Sri Lanka and claiming that, okay, I come from Pakistan? So how would the government ensure that he has come from only from Pakistan? We need to verify, and that is not given in the act, and that is why you need to formulate the rules. And you need to formulate the rules. See, whenever the law is made by the parliament will only make the parent law. It will only give the skeleton. The remaining minute details has to be filled in by the implementing authorities. So in this case, the subordinate rule was made by the Home Ministry officials. So they came out with the rules in 2024. So 3 important rules that you have to remember. First thing is, first you need to know from where and which country they have come. So now the rule says there are certain type of document that they can produce to say that, okay, they have come from these countries. They can give their passports, visas, or any license which is issued by your own country, or any other IDs which is issued by your country. If you give any of these things, we accept, okay, you come from Pakistan, Afghanistan and Bangladesh. Now the second thing is, how do we know that you belong to any of these 6 communities? Somebody might be a Muslim also, and then he can claim that I am a Hindu. So how you are going to identify that? So for that also there is a rule that has been made. What is the rule that has been made? Does anyone know what is the rule in 2024? Now this person has come from either Pakistan, Afghanistan or Bangladesh. So he comes and gives some ID proof telling that this ID was issued by Pakistan, which the government authorities will verify. That is a thing. But how would you verify what religion he practices? This person who has entered into India before 31st December 2014 and now he has been staying in India. So the rules are saying that go to any local community in your place, and that local community should certify that you belong to this particular religion, and it should be a reputed local community. A local community means a religious institution locally, and from there you get a certificate. Whoever is the authorized person, you will have to get a certificate and you have to submit it that you belong to so and so religion. That is the rule that has been made right now. Now, the third important thing is this act also mandates, even if they are an illegal migrant, they should have entered into India before when? Before 31st December 2014. So, it is also important that he is in India before 31st December 2014. He has come from Bangladesh or Pakistan is one condition, and he has also entered into India before 31st December 2014, for which also he has to produce a document, for which now the rules are saying either you produce an electricity bill, either you produce a PAN card, either you produce any of the either you produce any of insurance that you applied in India. So, any document to say that you have entered into India before 31st December 2014. So, only when they fulfill all these documents, then they can submit it to a screening committee at the district level, and then they will process this, and then the citizenship will be granted. Okay. These are all the rules that has been formulated, but what is very important for you, the examination, is the provisions. Okay. So, anybody who is falling under these categories, they are eligible to become an Indian citizen. And the law says they are also exempted from these acts, which does bring in an element of criminality for others. They are exempted from what is called as the Foreigners Act and the Passport Act. What do they mean? These categories of people are exempted from these acts, and there is no liability. As per the Foreigners Act, anybody who is entering into India without proper permission shall be prosecuted. As per the Passport Act, anybody entering into India without proper permission shall also be prosecuted. But these categories of people will be exempted under this particular law. And then it also talks about non-application of these laws. That means the Citizenship Act 2019 is not applied throughout the territory of India. There are certain areas which are exempted. What are the areas this law does not apply? The law does not apply to those areas which are protected under the inner line permit system. The law does not apply to those areas which are protected under the Schedule 6 of the Constitution. What are the areas which are protected under the Schedule 6? Entire Assam. It is not the entire state. There are certain tribal districts in the state of Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura and Mizoram, which you can go and see in the Schedule 6 of the Constitution. Those areas which are protected in Schedule 6, there the law does not apply. Those areas which are covered under the inner line permit system. What are the states which are covered under the inner line permit system? Mizoram, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, recently Manipur has also been added. Again, in these states there are certain areas which are covered under the inner line permit system. What does it mean by an inner line permit system? It is like a quasi visa system. To enter into these areas, you need to get the permission of the respective authorities, and then you can stay there only for the time that is permitted. Because again, these areas are predominantly protected areas. There is an act which is called as the Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation Act, and this act authorizes certain areas to be protected areas. These areas are called as inner line permit areas. These are the major provisions of the law. But what can be very important for your examination is the criticism of these laws. So, what is the criticism of this law? The basic criticism of this particular law, first and foremost, it is not secular in nature. So, why do you say that? I am not basically saying you are saying it, but why the critics are saying that it is not secular in nature? Because this is the first time the citizenship law is specifically on the basis of religion. It is saying that people from so and so religion take up the citizenship. So, yes, you can say that it can be discriminated, or it can be violation of the secular values in the Constitution. Any other provisions? Is it violation of principle of equality? Can it say that? Because equality says that everybody is equal in the eye of the law. But here it is not equal, because it is discriminating whom? It is discriminating certain sections of the people. So, it is not equally treating all the religious people. But if you say that equality, if it is a violation of equality, can reservation be called as violation of equality? Why reservation is not violation of equality? Because it is a reasonable classification. Because another backward caste is a reasonable classification, scheduled caste is a reasonable classification, scheduled tribe is a reasonable classification, EWS is a reasonable classification. The government is saying this is also a reasonable classification. So why do you say it to be violation of principle of equality? Because it's just a reasonable classification. I am saying the counter viewpoint. I am not saying that you should not criticize. It is a criticism, but you should also know the other viewpoint, what the government is saying. The critics are saying it is violation of equality. The government is saying it is a reasonable classification. See, you can say that something to be violation of the principle of equality only if it is not a reasonable classification. The government is saying people belonging to these 6 communities from these 3 countries, they are all persecuted minorities. See, from these countries the Muslims are not persecuted, but these communities are minority communities, they are persecuted. So, to protect these persecuted minorities, do you understand the meaning of persecuted minorities? Minorities who are ill treated, they may even be killed, but basically it is an ill treatment, violation of their human rights. So, to protect those minorities on a humanitarian ground, we are giving them the protection. How they are different from Muslims in the opinion of the government? They are different from Muslims because Muslims are not persecuted there, but these sections of the people are persecuted. So, it is a reasonable classification, it is a different classification. Now, the opposition to this is, then why don't you protection to all the persecuted minorities across the world? I do not have the resource to provide protection, my resource is not unlimited to provide protection. So, that is what is the argument that the government is giving in the courts. So, let us see, that is for the courts to decide, but as a student preparing for UPSC, you should know both the sides of the arguments. Okay. So, what are the criticism? So, you can see the criticism, it is violation of principle of equality, basically article 14, it is against a secular fabric. It is also seen as selective discrimination, which is again related to equality. It is also seen as a violation of Assam Accord. Why violation of Assam Accord? Why it is seen as violation of Assam Accord? As per the Assam Accord, which was signed in 1985, whoever has entered after 24th March 1971, they are to be identified and they are to be deported back to Bangladesh. This is the cutoff date that is set by the Assam Accord. So, anyone who has entered as an illegal migrant from Assam into Assam from Bangladesh, but after 24th March 1971, they are to be deported back. That means they have to be sent back to Bangladesh. They can no way become an Indian citizen. But before that, there was some relaxation. But this was the date, final date that was decided by the Assam Accord. But 24th March 1971, they have to be deported back. They cannot become citizen. But what now the Citizenship Amendment Act 2019 is saying what? They are saying that anybody who has entered as an illegal migrant before 31st December 2014 can be an Indian citizen. So, it is a violation of the Assam Accord. Both the provisions are there in the law. So, which law is going to apply? So, that is the biggest problem. So, that is again a criticism. But what are the arguments in favor? That the government is saying it is a humanitarian law. It has a humanitarian view. India is a larger country. If we do not provide protection to the persecuted minorities, who else will provide them the protection? But then the critical view is, then why do not you provide protection to Rohingyas? They are the worst persecuted Muslim minorities in the Buddhist majority state. And even if you take Pakistan also, there are certain Muslims, minority Muslims like Ahmadiyas, they are persecuted. Same is the case with Afghanistan also. So, why do not you provide protection to all these people? So, the government has to answer to all those things, but they basically say that it is a reasonable classification. It is a reasonable classification because the persecuted minorities are little different from those who are left out. So, we can do this positive discrimination. but ultimately it is for the court to decide whether it is a positive discrimination or not a positive discrimination. Okay. So, for the this particular law to pass, probably it has to pass the test of reasonable classification, and right now the matter is sub judice. Okay. So, as an aspirant you can take a very neutral view, do not be very critical also, you write down the criticism. So, always it is good, whether you like it or not, to be very diplomatic in your approach, whether you like it or do not like it, you should have all the points, and because the matter is sub judice, you can leave it to the courts to decide, provided that yes, legally if it pass the test of reasonable classification, where to pass the test of reasonable classification there should be reasonable nexus between the object sought and the classification done. So, that is what is a test that the court has already put in. See, differential intelligence means it should be a rational and a reasonable classification. That means the classification should be done by really applying the mind. So, you do not have to reproduce very complex things, keep your answers always simple. See, for any classification to be a reasonable classification, the court has already said that there should be a reasonable nexus, that means reasonable connection between the object sought and the classification done. If you want me to explain here, I will just explain you. So, here what is the classification done? The classification here is 6 religious community and people from 3 countries. It is a classification. Why it is a classification? Because for this classification, even if they are an illegal migrant, you will give them the citizenship, but not for the others. So, it is a reasonable classification as per that. And what is the object sought by the state? Why this reasonable classification? What is the reason that they are saying? Protection to these people. The government is saying we are going to give the protection. Now, the question is, if the court is to consider this to be a reasonable classification, why you are conferring this privilege only upon these people? What is the connection between these things? The connection is that these people are persecuted, they are persecuted minorities, and because they are persecuted minorities, they are entitled for protection. So, is there a reasonable connection, nexus between the classification done and the object that the government is trying to provide? So, if the connection is established, then probably this classification can be a reasonable classification. It is a court to decide whether this connection is valid or not. Okay. So, that is the thing that has to be achieved, or it has to be proved in a court of law for this law to be valid. But right now the matter is sub judice. Okay. So, you do not have to worry about whether the law will be valid or invalid. So, you can leave it just for the court to decide that. So, critically analyze means you can bring a lot of criticism, you can be very open about your criticism, and you can speak about the other points also, and then finally you can have your concluding remarks for this particular question. Okay. There are 2 more topics I wanted to cover, but I will do it in the next class. One is Uniform Civil Code, another is the basic structure. Okay, 3 more topicals, Article 370 also, or if you give me 10 minutes, I will cover one more Uniform Civil Code. Is that okay? We will do one more topic. I will do Uniform Civil Code, just give me 10 minutes. Okay. Please go through the questions in the Uniform Civil Code. Please go through the questions and then I will discuss. Critically analyze means you will have to be, it is explicitly asking you to criticize it. You will have to bring in the criticism of this. It does not mean that only the criticism, you should also talk about the other parts. So, you will have to discuss definitely both the parts. So, discuss is also same thing, discuss also you will have to elaborately discuss both the sides. Critically analyze also, criticism should be definitely there, it is explicitly saying. Critically means demerits or the disadvantages is what is criticism. Reasonable. What is the meaning of reasonable classification? Reasonable classification means whether the classification is proper or not, whether the classification can be given some element of positive discrimination or not. See, you cannot, the constitution, I said that the constitution does not per se say that people should not be discriminated, but the discrimination should be what type of discrimination? Positive discrimination. And who is entitled for that positive discrimination? A reasonable grouping. not an arbitrary grouping, a reasonable grouping. And to be considered to be a reasonable grouping, there should be a reasonable nexus between the classification and the object that they wish to achieve. Okay. Any doubt? Ask me after the class. Okay, further doubt. Okay, read the question. What are the questions that is there in the Uniform Civil Code? Okay, the first question is uniformity in matters of personal law, is it desirable for the nation that is as diverse as India? Discuss. Discuss means you will have to give all your discussions on that, positives also, negatives also, then you come out with your opinion. Okay, so before I get into the topic, please be frank, how many of you personally feel that there is a need for an uniform civil code? There is no right or wrong for this question, you can have your own opinion. Please be frank about it. How many of you think uniform civil code is relevant or necessary? How many of you think no, uniform civil code is not necessary? Please raise your hand. Okay, I think that people are more with the idea of uniform civil code. There are people, lot of neutral people also. So this uniform civil code is again, I am touching upon the topic of directive principles of state policy. So Article 44 of the Constitution says that the state shall endeavor to provide an uniform civil code. I hope you all understand the meaning of uniform civil code. Do we have an uniform civil code? Goa is one state, leave out Goa. At the national level, do we have an uniform civil code? And even in Goa, if you see, there are a lot of exceptions. So let us not discuss about that right now, but for the nation as a whole, do we have an uniform civil code? Yes or no? We do not have an uniform civil code for the nation as a whole. Article 44 of the Constitution, that is not an uniform thing. My question is only, do we have an uniform civil code? We do not have an uniform civil code. Special Marriages Act is somebody who do not want to get married under the personal laws or intercaste, interreligious marriages, they can use it. But the question is, do we have an uniform civil code? So the answer is no. Nobody can deny that. Now today, if you see Article 44 of the Constitution is saying that the state shall provide an uniform civil code. But you know that DPSP, by its very nature, it's non-justiciable. It is only for the state to do that. Nobody can force them to do it. So if you ask me a question of what is this uniform civil code, if there is an uniformity with regard to all the personal matters, be it related to marriage, divorce, inheritance of property, maintenance, which is right now not uniform, which is different for different religions. But in case if there is an uniformity that is brought in all the cases, so such a law or code would be what is called as an uniform civil code. And the Constituent Assembly thought that it is better to have an uniform civil code in the future, if not now, in the future. And that is why they have placed it as a part of what is the directive principles of state policy. So if you go back to the debate during the Constituent Assembly, this debate of uniform civil code is not new. This debate is as old as the debate that has happened in the Constituent Assembly. There were members who favored uniform civil code. There were members who opposed uniform civil code. There were members who wanted this uniform civil code to be part of the fundamental rights. If it is part of the fundamental right means then everybody should be treated by equal uniform code. But then the members thought that placing that under the fundamental right would directly violate the right under Article 25, because they thought that a lot of religious rights may get affected. And ultimately the chairman of the drafting committee, who also favored uniform civil code, who thought that we will have, but we should have it on a voluntary basis, it should not be forced upon. So finally they thought that we will place it under the directive principles of state policy. So today if you look into the laws in our country, there are different set of laws. We have the Hindu Marriage Act for the Hindus, we have the Muslim personal laws for the Muslims, we have the Christian Marriage Act for the Christians, and then the other laws also. But this the Hindu Marriage Act, it is applicable to most of the people. The Hindu Marriage Act not only applied to the Hindus, it applied to Hindu, Sikhs, Buddhist and Jains. Almost for the 80% of the people already there is uniformity in most of the areas, but not for all the people. So the idea is that the government has also been vocal today is that they wanted to have an uniform civil code in order to ensure this. So you should be broadly, for the purpose of examination, you should be aware of both the positives and negatives of having a uniform civil code. and not just the positives and negatives. What are the factors that may inhibit? Let us assume even if there are positives, is it practically possible, or what are the other factors that inhibit the implementation of this uniform civil code in our country? That area of discussion is also very important. And then what are the views that has been taken by the courts till this point of time? That area is also important. Okay, so just try to quickly touch upon all those things. So first let us try to understand the arguments in against the uniform civil code. Just have a look into your notes, or you can look in here also. What are the arguments against the uniform civil code? If you see that, so people who do not favor the idea of uniform civil code, they say that it violates the religious and other rights. Can it violate the religious and other rights? The view is that under Article 25 there is a right to freedom of religion, and this right to freedom of religion also provides some various religious practices, and people feel that these practices are associated with various other practices like marriage, adoption, inheritance and all those things. So once you bring in a uniform code, it may also violate their religious practices. That's the opinion, those who are against it. And it may impose a majority culture and practices, that is, it may lead to what is called as a Hinduized code. Is that a possibility? This is one of the fear of the minorities in our country, but is that a possibility, I am asking? Is there a possibility that in the name of bringing a uniform civil code, the culture or the practices of the majority may be imposed upon the minorities? How many of you feel that that is a possibility? Please be frank, is that a possibility? It might be possible, because see, who is going to make all these laws? The parliamentarians, and in the parliamentarians who has the majority, who are represented there more? Might be possible. I am not saying it will happen, it might be a possibility. So this is one of the reason that they against it. And then come no uniformity even in criminal matters. See, even in criminal matters there is no uniformity. How can you expect uniformity in the civil matters? This is one of the arguments that they put. In fact, in criminal matters there has to be uniformity, but there is no uniformity in criminal matters. Say for example, if you take the bail laws and what are the areas where the bail can be granted, they are different in different states, because administration of justice is an item in the concurrent list, and different state governments have different laws. The application of traffic rules, imposition of fines and all those things are different in different states. So when there is no uniformity in these areas, why do you expect uniformity in the civil laws? And there is not even uniformity within the religion, leave out the inter-religion. There is no uniformity even within the Hindu religion. Say for example, if you take the Hindu Marriage Act, the Hindu Marriage Act provides for prohibited degree of relationship. So certain type of relation or marriage is not accepted as marriage as per the Hindu Marriage Act. It says marriage between brothers and sisters, marriage between the immediate blood relatives, they are not considered to be marriage as per the Hindu Marriage Act. But the Hindu Marriage Act does not define every prohibited relationship. It only says that these are all prohibited degree of relationship. The rest of the things shall be as per the customs of the people. And then the customs are different in different parts of the country. Say for example, in South India, it is within their custom to get married within the cousins. But in North India, I don't think it is a practice, it is not allowed. So if you look into the civil laws, it is even within the Hindus, it is not the same. Now how do you expect to bring in the same principle for all the people, for different religion? That is not practically possible. That is one argument. And similarly, if you see the Muslim personal laws, the Muslim personal laws is not applied throughout the country. It is not applicable to the Muslims in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. They have a different practice. And then let us also talk about the tribals in our country. The tribals, they have their own tribal laws. They are protected under Schedule 6. So they have their own customs and practices. So how are you going to bring uniformity for all these people? Which is definitely not possible. So what are the arguments in their favor? So this is one argument that they put forward. It can bring in better integration of the people. So do you agree it can bring in a better integration? It can also be argued that it will create problems. But once brought in, let us assume, suppose there is a uniform civil code, so then it can prevent the unnecessary polarization of the people. So today there is a lot of polarization in the name of religion and taking this issue time and again when there is an election and all those things, which to some extent can be prevented. Okay, so that is an idea. It can ensure gender justice and equality. Do you agree? So here again you can take the example of, say example, the triple talaq, or for that matter polygamy, which is recognized in some of the religion, or no maintenance when it comes to the Muslim personal laws. So there it is not allowing for gender justice. And even if you take in the Hindu community also, in Hindu religion also for that particular matter, the women were not given the right of co-parcenaries, that they have not have the equal rights to inherit the property as that of the men. Only I think in 2005 or something this right was granted to the women. So for that matter, in every religion you can say that today there is no uniformity, women does not have equal rights. So that is again a problem. So once you have a uniform civil code, you can address all these things. And then it is progressive in character. Will it be progressive in character? So if you go to the Western countries, say let us take the example of France or United States of America, there are no different laws for different people, even in the civil matters. The marriage law is same for everyone. So it is a very progressive idea and it is a progressive nature. And that's why even Dr. B.R. Ambedkar kept that in the directive principles of state policy, because he thought that the time is not ripe. And as and when the time is ripe, they can bring in a uniform civil code. So these are all the arguments in favor. But what are the factors that inhibit the uniform civil code in our country? If you see the factors that may inhibit the uniform civil code in our country, there is definitely a negative perception against the uniform civil code, at least by the minorities. Do you agree? There is a negative perception because they feel that it may go against their religious interest. Why they feel that it may go against their religious interest? Because they feel that there is a Hinduized code. There is a false narrative that is already there. But if you really ask, the idea of uniform civil code is to bring about uniformity. It is not about imposing one practices over the others. But there is already a narrative that it may be a Hinduized code, which I am also not denying. There may be a possibility, but that is not the idea of uniform civil code. Okay, so that problem is there. Lack of political will and divided ideologies. There are a number of ideologies. We are also not sure whether there is a political will or they just use it as a tool for election. So that issue is also there. Diversity in terms of religious and cultural practices and sensitivity of the subject matter. So that is also true, because whatever they are trying to change, say for example, if you take off the issue of polygamy, it could be a very sensitive matter when it comes to their religion. If you take off triple talaq, it could be a very sensitive matter. So how are we going to deal with this sensitive matter? And so far we have been accommodating all the religious diversities. Most importantly, practical difficulties in implementing an uniform code. So even let us assume that there is an uniformity in the law. How are we going to implement that? Were we able to Sabrimala judgment till this point of time? Were we able to implement the Sabrimala judgment? Has it been implemented? Anybody from the state of Kerala? Despite the fact that the judgment has been given, it became extremely difficult. Okay, the government brought in a triple talaq act, where they prohibited this instant triple talaq. What about the implementation of this act? So it becomes extremely difficult even if you bring in the law. How are we going to implement that particular thing? So these are the factors that really inhibit having a uniform civil code. These are the cases that the Supreme Court has been vocal, some of the cases. Shah Banu case, it is related to maintenance. How many of you are aware of the Shah Banu case? Shah Banu was, I think, around 67 years old when she was divorced by her husband by triple talaq, and then subsequent to that she has sought the maintenance. But as per the Shariat Act or the Muslim personal law, there is no need for the husband to give any maintenance. So the courts were not in a position to help Shah Banu. But however, the court were very empathetic. They wanted to provide some maintenance to Shah Banu. So they invoked section 125 of CRPC. They invoked a criminal law, which was earlier called as a CRPC. So they invoked section 125 of CRPC. As per the section 125 of CRPC, if the husband is not taking care of his wife, that's a punishable offense. So when you become husbands, you should take care of this. So that section 125 is there to always go to the court. So the husband is liable to take care of the wife, and as per this law, even if she is divorced and if the woman is not married to another man, then she would continue to be the wife as per this particular law. So, the Supreme Court itself has invoked this particular section and they imposed some fine upon the husband of Shaban and made him to pay some fine. The amount was very small, some 500 rupees or something, because you know that the laws are colonial laws. But somehow they have taken a route to help Shaban in this particular case, but they are not able to do under the personal laws. And realizing this, the Supreme Court directed, yes, it is better to have an uniform civil code to ensure gender justice in our country. And there was another case, more important, interesting case, the Sarla Mudgal case. How many of you are aware of the Sarla Mudgal case? In Sarla Mudgal case, what happened is the husband of Sarla Mudgal was, they both got married as per the Hindu Marriage Act. They belonged to Hindu religion when they got married, and then subsequently the husband got converted into Islam, Muslim religion. And then after getting converted, he married another woman from the Muslim community. Because the Muslim personal laws does not prohibit polygamy, so they can get married. And then subsequently Sarla Mudgal has gone to the court. She said that the second marriage is invalid because the first marriage is as per the Hindu Marriage Act. And the Hindu Marriage Act says that the second marriage is invalid as long as the first marriage is dissolved or if the spouse is dead. So either of these things has to happen to consider the second marriage to be valid. So then the court has to now find out whether the second marriage is invalid or not. But in his case, he is saying that I got married as per the Muslim personal law where the second marriage should be valid. But Sarla Mudgal is saying that the second marriage is invalid because the first marriage is as per the Hindu Marriage Act. So now the court cannot decide this particular matter, extremely difficult, because what would happen after the second marriage if there is a child out of the second marriage? What will happen to the status of that particular child? So there are a lot of legal complications that the court has to decide, but anyways the court has decided the second marriage is invalid in this case, because the court has come to a conclusion that your conversion to Islam itself is invalid in the first place, and that is why the marriage is not valid. Because we do not see, although you have the right to convert from one religion to another religion, we do not see your conversion is out of your conscience or belief in that particular religion. You have just done that to take advantage of the provisions in the law. So your religious conversion is invalid. But then the big problem is, what if there is a child out of that particular marriage which is not there in this case? What will be the legal status of that particular child? So all these complications are likely to continue as long as we have an uniform civil code. The court favored an uniform civil code. A similar view was also taken by the Supreme Court recently in the Paulo Coutinho case. So you can use any of these cases if suppose if you want to give an argument in favor of having an uniform civil code. Okay, now after all these arguments, how many of you are in favor of an uniform civil code? Okay, so again, nothing wrong in having an opinion in favor of uniform civil code, but always you should also look into the practical implementation of certain laws. So that is why this matter was referred to the Law Commission again and again. Even now this matter is pending in front of the 22nd Law Commission. But the 21st Law Commission has disapproved the idea of having an uniform civil code. They disapproved the idea of having a uniform civil code because they thought it is neither desirable nor it is implementable in a country like India. But what is really important is that we should address those practices which are against the rights, irrespective of the personal laws, be it Hindu personal laws, be it Muslim personal laws, be it other community. We should look into those practices which are against the fundamental rights, and we should try to bring in uniformity with regard to certain areas, not everything, with regard to certain areas like marriage, like maintenance, diverse procedures, uniformity in age of marriage. So with regard to these areas, you try to bring in uniformity, and that too you take an incremental approach. You cannot bring in one sweeping reforms, but try to bring in an incremental approach. Say for example, today a bill is introduced which is pending in the parliament, Prohibition of Child Marriage Act. Already we have a law, but we are trying to amend that law. What is the age of marriage in that particular law? 18 years for women and 21 years for men. But today, that law will not apply to all. That law will applies only to the Hindus, and different personal laws have different marriage laws. But today a bill has been introduced which is trying to amend all the personal laws across religion and trying to make the age of marriage for women and men same, 21 years. Thereby you also ensure gender justice, equality. So this is an incremental approach. You are not touching everything, but you are touching one particular area and you are trying to bring in uniformity. So the Law Commission has already told that try to take up this incremental approach and try to touch upon the core areas where it is in violation of the fundamental right. That should be a right approach. Okay. So there is nothing wrong in the approach that you can take for such a question. You can talk in favor of it or against it, but it is always better you at least know both the sides of the coin and take a very diplomatic approach. If I have to write an answer, I will take that the incremental approach and touching upon the relevant areas is a better area, but I am not imposing my idea upon any of you. You can have your own ideas, but the only thing for such a question that you have to keep in mind is that your emotion should not come into play. Your answers has to be a constitutionally backed, rationally sound, legally backed answer, rather than just you are saying that I don't like this because I don't like it. It should not be like that, rather it should be backed by the proper ideas. All right. So with that, we'll wind up the class. I wanted to cover a couple of more topics which I'll do it in the next class, and just give me a moment. So the next class when we'll come, I'll start with the topic of Article 370. So we'll see, because recently the Supreme Court has upheld the abrogation of Article 370. So I'll discuss about that briefly, which is in my opinion a very important topic for the students writing mains. And then the other topic is the doctrine of basic structure, which is also explicitly given. So with that, our first part will be done. So when we come to the next class, I think half an hour I'll be able to do this. First half an hour the question discussion, next half an hour this, and then we'll move to the parliament part in the syllabus. So if you want to read, you can read about the conventional areas in the parliament if you want to read, but I'll cover most of the things in the class. Okay. And next week also when you come, I'll give 4 questions. You'll have to write answers to 3 questions. We'll discuss and then we'll continue the class. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.